need that. Perfect.
And then stream one.
Yeah. Yeah.
We did
That
it.
looks right. Nothing looks frozen or fucked up.
I don't think so.
Cool. All right. So, last we left off, I'm trying to bring it a little further back so we can get Jerry up to speed here. Essentially, after you guys had... Were you here for the... Yeah, the fight with the dark one?
I got thrown through a portal and I was unconscious.
Yeah.
And that's all I remember.
Yep, and that was about it.
Pretty.
You guys traveled through the desert, traversing back, essentially with the book in question in hand, ready to deliver it, the initial plan delivering it back to the Gleaming Council within El Nilak. You guys knew that you were going to first go to the camp that you guys had set, like on the shore there of that Amatala Desert. You spoke with Jarl Gorndal, as well as a kind of discussion amongst yourselves, and through some magic and strong effort, Voktesh was able to actually open up this box, or this chest essentially, that you guys had procured, that had inside of it two runic kind of like stone letters, one of them an L, the other an O, and then there was a book inside of it that had just an aged look to it, leather binding. Upon actually inspecting the book and looking at it, both Steiner and Voktesh did, you could tell that there was a bunch of like really, really dark, powerful spells within it that could be used. Nothing in it seemed to lead toward, or what they could discern from, removing some sort of a curse that may have been placed across the desert itself. So you weren't really kind of apt to believe that the Gleaming Council was telling the truth of what it was they originally had asked you to retrieve this book for. You don't really know of its connection or what it means exactly, or what the book itself is at that point, but you decided that it probably would be in your guys' best interest to just hand it over to them, especially if there was more in the future that you guys could possibly do with this land and this area and these people. So, discussing, you guys decided that it would be best to just leave and go on your way and head back to your homes across the sea there. When you started to get ready the next day, there was just kind of this quick, really impromptu ambush from what appeared to be some of the Kia-Orin riding on their beetles, charging the camp. Not really sure of the timing of it, if they knew you guys were back, which seemed unlikely, or if it was just something that they were planning on doing anyways. But nonetheless, you guys were able to escape and leave on your boats out to sea, taking with you a few things. You eventually dropped off those that were from Feldby at Feldby. You guys made your way back to Skalavik, where you were greeted by most of your people within the village, but knowing it to be customary, you had headed straight to the Long Hall here, where you spoke with Jarl Ragnvald and discussed essentially of your travels and the things you had come across in very kind of light detail, essentially, at first, kind of giving him the initial breakdown of it. Jarl Gorndal doing most of the speaking at this point, letting him know of your guys' travels, the individuals you had encountered, and this book that you had retrieved. Seer Ko made his way into the Long Hall as well, seeming to have some sort of knowledge or know-how about what this book actually is, or was at some point. He made the decision that the book would be kept with him, and didn't really make it much of a question or a request. He just kind of came forward speaking to everybody within the hall, directing it toward Ragnvald and Gorndal, stating to them that this book was to be kept with him in his safe kind of keeping, in order for him to protect it from whomever may come and try and seek and find it, which he seemed confident at some point somebody may or may not, whether it be those from Amatala or elsewhere. But he described the book being a book of very powerful and dark magic, essentially, not really giving much more information other than that, to which he also brought with him Voktesh to go with him to explain and talk and kind of deliberate about this book a little bit. It was at that point that he kind of divulged a little bit of information to Voktesh in private, kind of giving him a little bit more of an explanation and answering some questions, but still, after having answered some questions, leaving room for so much more to be asked. Essentially telling Voktesh that he is of Asgardian descent, which he is strongly confident of. There were a lot of questions that were brought up and things that he had said to you, but for the time being, kind of just giving you this information as to not kind of drive yourself crazy. You had also learned that this Dark One himself is also of this Asgardian descent. You guys know within your culture of Asgard being a place of just kind of like, it's like a higher heaven than Valhalla. It's just like this place for celestial prime beings. Some of the primal spirits are kind of legend to be there and kind of home themselves there at some times. The world dragon is kind of like where his nest is atop the tree, like the world tree is within Asgard. So it's like it's really, really powerful place of like beings as far as like Valkyries would go, some dragons being born from there as well as like from Skuldgard. So it's just this rumored place of fable and myth that you guys hear about and speak of and know of. So you have some idea of it within your culture, but the specificity of it is very, very like far in between. Like there's no actual like this is how it is. It's just this great land of legend and lore. After that, and you guys had made your way back. There wasn't really supposed to be like a huge party or anything for you guys. It was more or less like a feast the next day. So this first night is able for you guys to just kind of go to your homes, settle back in, kind of relax a little bit. You guys brought all of the gold. Yes.
Was this treated as like a victorious return, or like?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. You guys returned with a lot of that gold that you had retrieved from those tombs, essentially. So you still have.
So it's like we did a good job.
Yes, there was nothing like.
Oh, they're back already.
Yeah, like you guys got back so fast. If anything, your trip was extended longer than they were even expecting.
Okay.
You guys have been gone for quite some time. A few months even.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of riches and gold and stuff that you had brought back was left within the long hall itself. You know that stuff will be pretty evenly divided amongst people, but for the most part, a lot of it just gets kept in the Jarl's hoard and is kept that way. But like I said, you guys will also be given a lot of it, and you know that this feast the next day that is supposed to take place, which essentially from your understanding is just going to be like this very casual gathering of everybody within the village. You were also informed by, it was kind of this very quick rundown, and you had noticed it when you entered into the actual village itself, kind of over to the left side, where what would be like basically the southern part of your village, where the lumber mill was being constructed. It seems to have been done. There's also some random tents that have been popped up and put up impromptu. And you guys see now, like, as you're within the village and walking around, that there are several, like, new faces that are popping up every now and then that you don't recognize. And you have been told already that are people that are also Viking that came from somewhere else, essentially. You okay?
I need my baby doll first.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be up there in a second. Okay, so you guys this first night of returning essentially have leeway to do what you wish. You're probably pretty exhausted. It's also nice to be back on like your home ground. Like there's no sand everywhere. Like the rocky shores that you guys are used to, there is sand, but it's more or less kind of like a coarse gray kind of sand of like a bunch of rock sediment that over time has been like eroded and broken down to form this. So you're not dealing with this super fine, irritating, like hot sand. The weather is calm. It's very, very mild here. The river is something that you're used to. The fresh water there, not this kind of salty air that's constantly around you within the desert when you are near the shores. Everybody essentially makes their way back to their respective homes. When you had first arrived back here, it was later in the day. So by the time that you actually got settled in and everything was all said and done, it's essentially nighttime. There is not a whole lot of daylight left itself, and like I said, you guys were basically free to do as you wish, but probably pretty exhausted. So, with that being said, as long as there's nothing that very night that you guys arrived that anybody would want to do, then we can just kind of proceed on. Okay, so let me adjust this atmosphere a little
So atmospheric.
earlier in the morning.
So spooky.
Appearance. All right. So, quite early in this first day, came for you through a small kind of hole in possibly the roof or like a window at the top. As you're laying in the bed, you can feel the sun kind of peeking through really early in the morning. You're not laying down in a bedroll in sand, not on a hard wooden bench within a boat. The ground is solid beneath you. You can smell kind of the air, that kind of fresh kind of spring air that's rolling through into your house. It wakes you up with this just kind of almost rejuvenated sense of being in a way. You can hear very, very slight chatter outside as well as the occasional animal. The animal is something that you're a little not used to hearing so close to your house, especially from where it is. The same would be for you, Steiner, as well. But you can hear a little bit of like commotion stuff outside, people moving around, the day kind of starting. You do know that it is very, very early in the day. Gimdall is also not here. I'm just putting him over here.
Shit. What's Gimdall doing in my house?
It is early in the day. You find yourself
Get out of here, dude.
feeling free of any obligation or like type of stress, essentially, to where like you feel like you're on guard in a way. Like you just feel at home. You feel like you have the day ahead of you to do what you wish with it. You'd imagine that there is some stuff that you would have to, work on out in the forge and build and create. There's probably some ideas of your own that you have kind of going, but for you, on this first day back, where would you say you would be in the morning, and what would you be up to?
It might take a little extra longer to actually get up. I can just sitting inside it and just enjoying being home.
Yep.
If I'd have to like make my own food or whatever in the house.
Yep. You sure could.
Then
You
after-
have a pretty spacious home as well, for most everybody else, like within the estate. You know that
Dude, there's a
Thorsten,
fucking bedroom.
like
With
Thorsten,
a double bed.
He's got a Tempur-Pedic.
when Thorsten owned this area, it was actually more of just like a very large storage house, and you were still living with your parents, Elric and Astrid, as well as Sigrid. Like you guys all grew up in that small little kind of house over there, and you were living there for some time in the beginning while you were working over here, but then over time just kind of basically renovated the storage room to be what it is and kind of built up the forge in a different way. It's still all essentially the same process of everything going through, but you've made it your own and you've made this your own house, and you've kind of come to an age where you can have your own place, and it just kind of made sense. So it's quite spacious. It was intended initially to just be a large storage facility for metals and things, but a lot of that is kept elsewhere, or you just kind of go through it quickly enough to where there's not much of a need for it. Maybe like on this back corner you would stuff some stuff, and like in this chest or whatever, but you have basically everything you need within this house to do what you wish and do whatever. So you just sit down, you start to kind of prepare whatever sort of food, maybe probably some rabbits and such that you would have to actually go and procure from someone more than likely, unless there was something laying around like ration wise that you think would have lasted for a few months, or maybe something in your bag that you go through. But if it's something where when you wake up and you want to have like a nice meal like in the morning, you probably have to go walking around and try to find something to prepare for the day.
I just eat whatever I have on.
Okay. Yeah, you find a few of those fruits from the desert, as well as like some dried out meats. There's also some of those like chunks, essentially, of like those lizards that they were like, what seemed to be like a pretty hot commodity as far as like food would go for the desert. It's like something that they eat quite a lot because it's like the most easily accessible form of meat, like source of meat, aside from camels and goat. But there's a lot of those chunks, some fruits and whatever. But there's enough that you could kind of sit down and throw yourself together some sort of quick meal that you could start to enjoy and like just sit inside of the house and relax. You can hear every now and then like a slight like thud from the door, and it just seems to be probably like a wind from the north kind of pushing down a little bit that pushes against your door. It's not like broken or anything, it's just, the architecture.
I just spends like an hour or so just like taking in the sounds of everything, the smell of his house, the weather, feeling it, the change. And just kind of like no thoughts head empty, kind of. A little bit, then after a little bit, I'll probably start to reflect on what happened on the raid, and probably make his way out to the forge to see what's going on.
Okay. You rifle through the bag that you had as well, that you kind of brought with you, and find all of your Viking attire, essentially, of your kind of leathers and furs and such, and begin to adorn that back on as the silks that you are wearing. Although they are comfortable, and for this time of year probably quite practical, it just doesn't feel the same. Like there's something about it where you don't want to be in it. You're just kind of, it's not like you're gonna burn it unless you wanted to, but like it's just you take it off and throw it on the floor or go put it on a chest somewhere, like just off to the side to where you're no longer having to deal with it anymore. Once you make your way out to here, your view basically being the same. Oops, shit, that's spacebar, not alt.
Stick your caps lock on.
Shift sticky keys.
Like a bomb, actually.
So essentially from where you are within your forge and you kind of make your way over, it's pretty obvious once you get there that there's some stuff that's kind of piled up and like kind of sitting around. I actually have to grab, give me like 1 minute, I forgot to grab this
I'll be back.
piece of paper for you.
Run. Don't eat the other egg while he's gone.
No. I can't even do it for the memes. That was bad.
Our audience didn't see it.
I think it's for the best.
Okay.
I know what that says.
There's a lot of stuff just kind of laying around. That's more for just like extra fluff of whatever is going on. But essentially a note looking just like that. You can see it tacked up right on the piece of wood. There is also next to it what appears to be a shovel. You can see the shovel itself is kind of like broken over to the side. The note basically is listed from Torben, who you know to be like the head farm individual, who's also like Brodier's father figure in a way. The other Goliath within the village. He, excuse me, has his name at the bottom of the note, like he's kind of just like leaving you a note. The top part of it saying that the shovel handle is broken, and then there's like a little note at the bottom as well, and like very quick writing, like almost like you forgot, that the plow blades are dull, and you can see this large, very, very like primitive looking version of a plow where it's basically just like a huge piece of wood with a bunch of like spikes and stuff and like curves on it in different directions, to where when you start to look at these things that are basically left for you to like handle, from when you left and now, you can see that somebody's been here. Like there's stuff moved around. It's not like it's all disheveled and like messed up, but there's also like blades and stuff that are sitting on the table. There's also, from what you can see now that you've actually placed it over to the side, your like sharpening stone that you brought with you back, that you can kind of begin to work with and mess around with and try to fit it in here somewhere where it would be appropriate for you to start using it and kind of mess with it yourself to learn a little bit more of how to use it correctly. But there's definitely work, you know what I mean? Like there's stuff around you. Specifically, though, that was left for you, and you know that this time of year is probably pretty important for your guys' agricultural purposes. Of like the shovel that was there. You can also see the plow that's there, and then the note that was left for you, basically saying that the handle on the shovel broke and that the plow itself is dull.
So I try to like assess all that. I'm gonna first try to set up the wheel, and then however I get it set up, I'm just gonna like test random metals on it.
Okay.
Small pieces of just random scrap metal or worn out blades that aren't probably going to be used again.
Okay. As you are sitting here, you see kind of over in the distance, like walking up as you're sitting here, you can see Thorsten making his way up. He is walking with Frey. Let me see if this. I don't have like a wheel. I'm just gonna drop one in there. That's alright, I'll look at it later. Thorsten basically makes his way up. You can see him kind of walking over from the other side. What would basically be from here. Let me go grab him. So why not?
Whoa. What's going on? Damn, he's fast.
Just sprints at you.
That's how they say hi.
Did what I could while you were away, but the work piles up this time of year.
Oh shit. I'll be bad.
Well enough. And you?
Likewise. It's good to be back. The place fucking sucked.
Yeah, you'll have to explain it to me a little bit more tonight. Just figured I'd come over and let you know that I did what I could while I were away. If you need any more help though, you let me know.
Alright. Is this that's pretty much everything that needs to be done and caught up on?
Yeah, most of it was just the sharpening of a lot of blades. All these new people being here, I'm sure at some point when they get comfortable they'll be asking for help as well, but
What's going on with them?
I mean, I don't know much of the actual details, but the village in the north was raided somewhere within the mountains. We didn't even know of these people existing for a long time, so
They
at this
were
point
raided.
now, yeah. There's rumors of going around of what it was, whether it be man or a beast. Whatever it was, pushed a lot of them out and took a lot of their lives. But they appear to be Viking. The Jarl took them in and they are to treat them as one of our own.
No problems yet?
Nothing, no. They've been quiet, keeping to themselves, polite enough. They know our ways, they help out where they can.
Good. Well, I guess I'll fit right in. They are already Viking. How was Frey?
Good. She's been asking about you every day, asking every spirit for your safe return.
Thankfully, she did.
Hmm.
It was quite the journey.
I'm sure it was.
Spirits definitely guided us. It's just good to be back. The smells and the sounds of the village. I feel like even like the Midgard is even just feels different here, around itself.
Yes. This place is all I've ever known. Couldn't imagine what it would feel like to leave it, not knowing if you'd return to it.
Well, maybe it's different elsewhere, but Fuck that place we went. It's hot as hell. But we might go back there. And have a little more fun.
Whatever it is you feel you must go.
We won't be going there on vacation, that's all I'm saying.
I saw quite the hall of
Vacation
gold
for
that
me.
you with.
Yeah, there's a lot more over there.
Well, maybe there is reason for us to return. That is really all to say.
Yeah. I'm gonna enjoy my time here for now. I'll get to work.
I'll leave you
Feels
to
good
it.
to be back. Back at the forge.
Alright, well, from what the word is around, is there will be a feast for you all tonight, so I will see you then.
I'll see you there.
Alright, specifically, is there anything that you would want to start working on and doing, or is there something else that you wanted to start doing? What does your day kind of look like until the feast rolls around?
After the stone's up and running, probably just do the shovel first because it seems like the smallest task.
Okay.
And just to warm back up, I guess.
Gotcha. Alright, so we're still going to do it like they are, even when you're repairing something, like you're still going to be making some sort of a crafting check, essentially. So make your percentage roll, just to make sure that you can actually craft and do things for the day, or at least this specifically. Anywhere from 0 to 90.
4.
Okay, so you start just kind of working at the shovel. You can see that the actual wood itself is intact. So you actually feel better about that because the metallic part of it seems to be a little bit almost like mushroomed outward, to where it's not like holding as much of a seal on it. It's not like snapped or broken or anything. It just seems from like constantly slamming it into the ground that it has just slowly like pushed the metal out, to where you could either put a new shovel, like a new head on the actual handle itself, or just, you know, manipulate the metal that's there and kind of heat it back into place and reinforce it. But nonetheless, go ahead and make your roll. Just basically do your d20 plus your proficiency and plus your strength.
26.
Well, all you're gonna need is like 1 CP to fix it, so that'll do it. Easy enough. You just kind of push it all back together, kind of placing it in the appropriate position. Whether, like I said, you wanted to just bend it back into place or create a new head for the shovel altogether. But quick enough, probably within 10-15 minutes of actually messing with it itself, you're able to make it and put the shovel back together and just kind of plop it right over to the side.
Alright. And after that was done, probably test out the stone a little bit.
Okay.
Make sure I can figure out how to use it.
Yeah. You basically took everything that the guy gave you. The only thing you don't really have is like a seat for it, essentially. But you, even pulling up a barrel or a crate or something and setting it down, you can see that the wheel itself is a quite kind of porous version of what appears to be like a limestone or like sandstone kind of material. But it is quite porous, so it's kind of like a heavier kind of stone to make very, very solid grinds and like kind of sharpening angles and whatever it may be, so that you can really use it to refine the blade's edge much easier, as opposed to trying to get it down to like a certain grade that you would with like your normal methods. This one just kind of like cuts that time down a lot, and also makes it easier for you to like manipulate the surface as far as sharpening it goes. And it's very, very quick that you figure it out as well. Like once you have it set up and kind of place it, you don't have, it's not like a pedal, right? It's just like this kind of crank type of handle, and you're like holding the blade up against it at the same time. The hardest part for you is like trying to find what's comfortable for you, like what's easiest, especially not having like a base to work off of. like you know that like holding the blade in between your legs isn't going to do it, but you're just kind of moving it around, and even like you find yourself placing maybe like a cloth or a rag like up on your leg and then placing the blade there, and maybe moving your leg back and forth a little bit as you're pushing the blade around and like rolling at the same time. It seems to be a lot more moving parts than you were probably anticipating it being, but nonetheless, like I said, it does help with the sharpening process of any sort of blades that you might come across, even just grinding metal down much faster than you probably would by hand.
Alright. Because now that seems to be functional, I'm gonna be able to sharpen the pieces of the plow.
Yep, so you can see that there are some parts of it, like the actual blades itself, where you can actually just take the large wooden board off, essentially, and then kind of probably place it by the plow and move it around. It seems like it would be faster some ways like that, but there are also parts of it where you may just want to take like your own whetstone and like get up into some of the portions of it to sharpen it. Some of the spikes as well of the plow seem to just be really, really worn down and kind of broken, to where you could replace them if you want to, but it doesn't seem absolutely necessary to do so. But as long as most of the other blades, like there's enough points and spikes on it that if those all get done, like there's enough material and such there that will do the job efficiently.
Yeah, you probably want to make new ones.
Okay.
Just to get to that, used to that process again of forging something new out of a piece of metal.
Yep. Just go ahead and make another one. Use your dexterity this time instead of strength.
12.
12. Okay. Easy enough. You just kind of take the actual metal that you have, like a lot of the iron, and you start to just like stretch it out as much as you can without it having some sort of structural integrity issues, to where you can make basically in the same way that you would make like the nails that you were making for Helmand, where you're making very, very fine, like, well, not very fine, but as fine as you could, bits of metal that were just basically long, sharp spikes of iron. You do the same thing with the plow, trying to even give like a little bit of like a curve to the end of it as well, to make it to where like when it's rolling, it just kind of grabs the dirt and does what it's supposed to do, kind of tilling it up. Easy enough. You make like 6 solid new spikes for it, just kind of pulling it across, you know, smacking down with the hammer to get the good shape, and then taking it's kind of a little bit more intricate because of how small the piece is, so you just take like a hand whetstone, like the stone by hand, and start to like work out the edges of it in order to make it come to like a fine point. Most of that only takes you probably like a good 2.5, 3 hours of your day of like making sure the shovel's good, working on the plow, getting the grinding stone kind of up and set up and together. And you find yourself all throughout the day just like constantly fucking with the thing, like moving it around, trying to change the positioning. The way that it is on like the axle that it's on for like the wheel, where that handle is, like you can pop it off and just put it on the other side too to like turn it, so you find yourself changing hands to try to see if that'll help. But it just kind of seems to be like a preference thing of whatever you think is going to be the fastest, best way for you to do it. But essentially it's just upright right now, and it's like a seat in front of it with a handle on one side, and it does the job.
Yeah, it's good for now.
Okay.
Assuming there's still time left in the day before this alleged feast, he's probably just going to start coming up with ideas of what he might want to do for his own work.
Okay. Sounds good. If there's anything specific, let me know, and we'll work on that.
Knock, knock.
Oh, hi. What's up?
We're about to leave.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. I love you.
I love you. See you later, crocodile.
Close.
Closer.
See you later, alligator.
See you later, alligator.
All right. In a while, crocodile.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, so once you start kind of working through all of that and kind of taking your day to do so, we will make our way over.
Road here.
Oh, wait.
That guy's a pussy. I forgot.
All right, essentially. essentially right where your bed is, Steiner.
Yep.
The sun peeks directly in from the side,
Mhm.
where it wakes you up fairly early. The second that the sun starts to crest over the Brecka River from the east and starts to shine into your house, it is the same. The air itself is very refreshing as opposed to the very heavy kind of dry air that you're constantly breathing in. You can feel the fresh, like, kind of water within the air that's kind of springing outward. The smells of all of the kind of plant life and grass and everything around you. As you kind of peek and roll out and look out the window, you can see little bits of like dew that are resting on a lot of the flowers and the grass itself. Your house itself is in the same exact condition from when you left it. There are some things that are kind of like up on the sides of the walls that are kind of growing a little bit more than they probably were prior to you leaving, as you would imagine. You can see a piece of bread that's like sitting on your table that has like so much mold on it because it's just been there for, months and you forgot to grab it. Yeah. You kind of have like a quick moment where the whole time you were gone, you just felt like you were forgetting something, and then you looked at the bread and you remembered what it was that you forgot. The day, again, is ahead of you to do with what you wish, essentially. There is a lot that you have come across since you've been gone.
Yeah.
A lot of things have piqued your curiosity and your interest, and a lot of ideas and questions and things kind of get flowing for you, to where being home has kind of almost become a whole new adventure again itself for you. Even the surrounding areas, and the same thing for you and Kane, like, you can hear a lot of that chatter, like, that's outside, and it's quite early. The other thing that I said too, like with the animal, like, that you hear, you're not used to hearing animals like so close to your guys' house, and it's like a sound that you're not even really familiar with hearing as far as animals go as well. Just because of your essentially like position in the village. Like for Rovier, it's probably really common for him to hear it, and especially of course for Bokesh to hear it, because they're on that side where much of the animals are kept, and a lot of the animals don't just like kind of free roam within the village here. They don't have a purpose and a place within it. So for you, you wake up, you kind of have the day ahead of you to do as you wish. If there's anything specifically you want to start to do, and
I think Steiner probably spends the early morning, as he spends a lot of early mornings, is doing research and experimenting with different concoctions. I think something that he's wanted to do for a while, really since the start of the raid, he wants to take some time to experiment with the troll hearts now that he has all of his tools back at his disposal.
for sure.
I think he'll kind of tend to each of his plants and then go to that. What I wanted to test was I'm going to follow the kind of same recipe that I would use for like a potion of healing. So he'll get up, boil some water. He'll add in probably plucked from somewhere in his house, some rivergrass, some lichen, and then some honey. And then what he's going to do is cut off a piece of the dried troll heart. He's going to rehydrate it and then try to grind it into like a paste.
Okay.
And then he's going to mix that into the rest of the mixture. And then he'll let it harden for a while. And then once it's a little bit hardened, then he's going to go ahead and boil the whole thing.
Okay. Alright, so first off, we'll have you do your percentage check.
Yep.
0 to 90. It's the same.
Alright. I can't give myself an advantage on this kind of check, can I?
If you have ways to do on the percentage check? No, not so much.
Okay.
Because you basically just have everything you need in front of you already.
Yeah. 11.
11. Okay, yeah, you're good. Alright, and then, I guess I'd say whatever you think. Let's go with your either intelligence or wisdom.
Okay.
for this, as it's something new you're trying to kind of make and mess around with.
Do you just want straight intelligence? Do you want me to do a medicine check?
So you do like a crafting check and use your intelligence modifier also. So it's like a
Okay.
D20 plus your proficiency plus your
Okay.
whatever you think would be appropriate.
Sure, I'll
Wisdom or
do.
intelligence.
I'll do intelligence.
Okay.
And then I am going to use Tides of Chaos to give myself advantage on the roll.
Yep.
So it'll be. I'll roll the other one just in case. Natural 20 for 25.
Oh shit. Okay. That will give you enough to complete it also. So that will give it bonus.
I'm the first person to make a troll healing potion.
He's like, I knew I could do it, I just needed the right tools. This shit's about to be a supreme healing potion.
I'll send.
Yeah, send us. Send a healing potion.
I'll bring someone back from the dead.
Waste it on somebody with like 30 HP.
That's all we got.
I'm back!
Okay, so essentially, with your potion of regeneration, I'm just looking at the potion of healing to get a base for it.
Sure.
But I'll give you a sheet for this too, so you don't have to write it all down. But essentially, anybody that drinks the potion can regenerate a limb that they have lost. As well, if you take the potion for the next minute after drinking it,
Yeah.
you will regain hit points.
Something I gotta test, guys. Is it a limb?
You did it for a natural 20, right? So, okay, so you'll regain hit points for 5 rounds at the start of your turn.
It's an appendage.
We're
It
gonna
doesn't
do
grow
it
back.
based off the greater.
Back. It's not growing back.
It'll be 2d8 hit points.
You said regen HP for 5 rounds?
Yep. 2d8 each round.
Holy cow.
That's pretty good.
But also, if you take acid or fire damage, you don't regenerate at the start of your
Got
turn.
it. That makes sense.
I'm curious how fast this limb grows back.
I chopped my dick off, dude.
It'd be like Deadpool.
Yeah.
It's an appendage. It ain't coming back.
Like I said, I'll also make this.
Okay.
Pull up
for you,
the
but
feast
if
with
you
a tiny
reduce
ass
your hit
hand.
points, you don't regain hit points.
Mm-hmm.
My strong
Oh,
hand.
okay.
You have to basically be...
You don't on zero. You need
Don't.
to be
I'll make
conscious.
some
Okay.
mashed potatoes. Dude. Crack strong hand.
Starting to turn to a mad scientist.
I might just.
He's already mad. He's almost a scientist.
Pissed.
Okay.
Keys again.
Turn that off.
I can't tell you. It does that all the time, and I don't know why.
It's because you're hitting shift too much.
I didn't even touch it, dude. Okay, I touched it twice.
5 times
you
within
remember.
within like a minute or something. Alright, well now I know how to make that potion. Just requires some rare ingredients. But... Do you think that used up a whole dried troll heart?
Natural thing.
I'd say no.
Like half?
Probably half,
Okay.
just to be able to get all of that. Like when you first had it like cut out and were holding it, like it was beating for like a couple of days
It's been
afterward.
dried for a while.
But now it's like really dried out and it's not really the same.
Mhm.
So that kind of leads you to believe like if it's something that you did a little fresher and were in the
Might be
right
more potent or
circumstance,
something?
it'd probably be like you'd be able to use more parts of it as
Okay.
much of the blood is still like kind of transferring through it, which you'd imagine a lot of the properties come from, but the heart specifically itself, you feel the most confident because there's so much blood flow through it that is like the best ingredient to create these potions with.
Okay.
But you feel a lot more. It's like one of those things where you, as like like Steiner, like traveling and figuring these things out and like learning stuff. Like this is something that you've come across now and have more of an understanding of that probably a lot of other people don't really. This is like your kind of niche thing that you specifically kind of gravitate toward and mess around with and all the curiosities of it. So like you feel a lot more confident in your understanding of how things are because you're really the only one that's like making these rules in a way. Like you're kind of setting the way for a lot of this stuff. Okay, that will definitely take you, at a minimum, probably, well, actually, the way that this is written, I think it takes you 8 hours. Trying to remember the crafting rules for time. Yeah, so you can work on an item each day for a maximum of 8 hours. Where's this at? Okay, so you work it for at least 4 hours, you make one straight roll as a check. So 4 hours at least, and you would have done that with your first check anyhow, so.
Okay. Well, if I have more time, I think I would go and try to introduce myself to the new villagers and kind of let them know who I am and what they can come to me for.
Okay. Okay, so once you kind of step out from your house there, prior to going over, like you can see in the distance a lot of people moving around. You see a lot of people, and it's very obvious, like right from the start. You're familiar with what they are, but you haven't seen a lot of them. They are tieflings that you can see kind of off in the distance, like red skin. They have like horns.
Oh, everyone?
From the only like the people that you can see that you're looking at, like one person you can see is like kind of like heavily robed and has their back to you, but one person has just like a basically a quiver on his back and a bow sitting next to him, and he's like sitting down. The closest person to you is a very stocky, like kind of average height, so he's probably like 5'7" or so, like 5'8", but he's just like really stocky, like he's just like built like a square shape essentially. He's very muscular looking. You can see he has a huge axe that he has like next to him, and then in front of him there's a bunch of wood that's kind of all splayed out, and he just seems to be sitting there like kind of chopping it. Your attention gets brought over there into like what would be like their western part of their little camp, but it's like the west side of the village. As you're making your way, like to get down the steps, the door opening, basically the house right in front of you being your parents, you see stepping out is Svala, your sister, as well as your father, Torek. The two of them kind of making their way out. Catch your attention as you kind of see them the same. Your sister is not like, she's always very kind of like airy in a sense, like the world around her is just so full of wonder and she's always caught up in it. Not huge on like the affection front of things essentially, to where like she's gonna run up and give you a hug. You're standing there, you wave. Your father starts to walk over. She kind of starts walking over as well. Once your father makes his way over, you guys have a lot of similar features as far as like your hair color. He as well has like kind of like a pretty strong jaw as well as you do. Once he gets over to you, he just kind of like takes his hand up.
Good to see you.
You as well. Glad for your safe return, son.
Yeah, it was something. I'm sure we'll tell you all about it. How are things here?
Good. Your mother's a little bit under the weather right now, but
She need anything?
it's actually I was coming to look for you to see if you were back yet. I've been checking every day. She's just running a bit of a fever, that's all.
Well, better safe than sorry. Yeah, let's see what we can do.
He kind of turns around and walks back toward their home, and then as you're walking in, you imagine that Swallow's going with him, but like as you just like kind of step in, you hear the couple footsteps behind you and kind of turn around, and she's just kind of like standing there as well. Hello, brother.
Hi. How have you been?
Good. Just wandering about.
See anything interesting while I was gone?
No, but I do believe that interesting things are going to happen with our new friends.
You think so?
Yes,
I'm excited to meet them.
the fox follows them quite a lot. I see it in my dreams.
Well, your dreams are usually right.
Yes. Alright, well, be seeing you then.
I'm sure.
She just goes and like sits in the corner of the house for a second and watches as you start to kind of go through a few things, rifling through them, trying to find some stuff. Shoo.
I think
It's here somewhere. He's going for the trash. Loves the trash.
The thing that you probably have most of is the kind of combination within like some sort of either tea or mixed in some sort of other liquid would be like the river grass as well as like some honey mixed in there.
yeah. Yeah, I'll probably whip up some sort of tea with that, and yeah, maybe some willow bark as well.
Yep. That does not take you very long, and it's not much of like a crafting thing per se for that. It's more of just like your kind of understanding and natural knack with these things to be able to make these quick kind of elixirs or potions or teas to kind of help with basic ailments. You start making it, and there's like this strange, I don't want to say like dichotomy in a way, it's more of like a emotional confusion on your part where you basically, your father has told you that your mother is not feeling well, and you're a bit like, I don't want to say sad, like you're kind of just initially worried in a way, right? Where like you don't understand, like there's no like feeling of anxiety, like there's not this anxious kind of stressed feeling. It's almost like in your mind you understand that you should be worried, but you don't feel worried. It's almost like you're emotionally detached from it in a quick moment, where like as you're thinking about it, you understand like the emotion of feeling worried about it and being stressed about somebody in your family falling a little bit sick. And you understand like to help like what you have to do, and you have no problem doing it, and you actually want to do it. it's just a little bit of like a weird emotional disconnect that you initially feel when you're told of this. And then you step out of the house with the tea. You can see a little bit of steam kind of rolling from the top of it. You can smell like the sweet honey smell from it. And then you make your way over to the house where you can see on the inside there is very dim lit candles that your father seems to be walking up to and like cupping his hand on the other side and doing like a quick like and blowing a few of them out. Over to the far side of it, you're pressing the button and shit. I guess we can just do this for
Get my mom, dude. What the?
Initially, when you walk in, she doesn't like.
She's spinning. Honey, the Exorcist.
It's just like the room spinning. Yeah, you walk in and she's just like. Don't think the tea's gonna help.
Do we even have a cleric?
Will die. She definitely appears to be kind of like sweating a little bit. Her hair is kind of like matted in some parts, like she just hasn't been like up and at it, like going around, like it's just kind of messy and all over the place. You can see that she is just wearing like probably like a very, very basic shirt. She's covered up like basically all the way to her neck. You can see her kind of holding it. Her eyes are closed and she's just kind of laying back. She doesn't appear to even like notice that, you know, either you or your father have like walked in here essentially. You can see that he has some things like out on the table that are like slightly, you know, prepared and made up. And he himself has, like, he's who you learned quite a few things from, but his was never like an alchemical part of it. Like, he always just enjoyed to find like random herbs or mushrooms and things that he could use either with food or for, you know, his own recreational hallucinogenic effects or whatever it may be. Definitely like kind of like an odd guy in some ways, but nonetheless, like he's who you initially picked everything up from, but he never went like the alchemical route of all of that. So once you walk in and you kind of make your way inside, he seems to be cleaning a couple things off of the table, even goes over to the window and kind of throws a little bit of whatever may have been left over out the window. Before piling it all up and then kind of holding the dishes that he sets onto the table. It's been like this for maybe 3-4 days. Just can't break the fever.
Well, let's get her right as rain then, and I'll walk over and kind of try to gently wake her and maybe try to sit her up a little bit.
Yeah, you can see as you kind of go to like stir, she starts to like kind of open her eyes and roll around a bit. Eventually, you kind of like help her sit her up, and as she kind of sits up and
Yep, I'm home. We just got back last night.
Oh, good.
I made you some tea.
Not sure if I can.
You should.
Kind of just like holds it up to her as best she can. You can see her kind of like shivering every now and then.
Snip.
You kind of assist, and she takes a little drink. And like goes to hand you the cup as she took just like a little sip from it, basically.
I'll take it, but then I'm gonna put a water cup in her hand, and you have to drink the rest of this too.
Very well. She kind of takes a sip from it and sets it down. Glad you're home.
It's good to be back.
I feel a little better already just knowing you're safe. How was it?
Hot. It was a journey, an adventure. Not what I expected. But we found lots of treasure.
Well, that's good, I guess.
I guess.
Your sister's been even more odd than usual lately, especially since everyone here has come. She won't stop talking about Vexia.
Who's that? One of the people?
The fox. The spirit fox.
Oh, Vexier.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I misheard you.
Just keep an eye out for her. I'll take that tea if you still have it. She just kind of takes another small sip before like handing it forward. At that point, your dad kind of reaches like past you and grabs the cup as well and kind of takes it as you're kind of sitting there. She takes her hand and kind of like places it like probably like if you're sitting on this side of the bed and your leg there like up towards your knee, and is just sitting there for a moment before you can see her slowly kind of drifting off, falling asleep again. Definitely seems tired. She doesn't seem in sort of like dire need for anything, but she just seems a bit sick, and it's something that you have seen every now and then within the village, and the same thing, you've just kind of concocted up some sort of appropriate thing and brought it to whomever, and eventually they get a little better.
Cool.
Your dad at that point, as you're kind of sitting there and sees her kind of drift off and sets the tea down, he kind of slides the bench over a little closer to the bed and sets that there, as well as a cup of water and like a little thing of like bread and probably some dried out like ration of something, just something that she can reach over and like if she wanted to grab she could. Then he kind of gets to the door and then kind of gestures, and you make your way out as well.
Let me know if she needs anything.
Of course, I will. If you need anything, you let us know.
Alright. Thank you.
It's hard for me and your mother to keep up with your sister and you. You never made it easy on that front. I'm not saying you were bad kids at all. Your curiosity's always got the best of you.
It may well yet.
Just glad you're home.
Good to be
I'll
back.
be sure that she drinks that.
Good.
He makes his way inside and kind of closes the door. At this point, as you exited, you kind of make your way over to like here or so. The first person that you do come across would be this individual standing here. You can see this camp set up. It's not a lot, and it seems definitely thrown together very quickly. There's also more people around here than just these individuals that are like represented within the camp here. You probably see pretty close to like 15, maybe even pushing 20 or so individuals. As far as, so I won't say like you actually see that many people. The way that the camp is like set up, it would fit about that many people. Like however many people you're seeing standing around doesn't fit how big the camp itself is. Like there's a lot of tents, like extra. You do see in the far side what looks like some sort of a average size kind of wagon. It has some sort of like wooden constructed canopy over the top of it, as well as two what appear to look like cows in a way, but have more of a different appearance to them as the way that their horns are. There's a bunch of crates kind of spewing about, 3 or 4 different fires that are set up. All of them right now are at just like kind of like a dull glow. They're not quite like burning like that. They just have like the embers and such. You can see people just trying to sit around and kind of converse. A lot of them appear to just be sitting there kind of drinking, and then you're watching every now and then somebody just kind of gets up and walks off toward the village in some sort of direction, and you're imagining that they are basically going and looking for work to like go and help and assist in some way or another. There are some people you can see that are kind of just standing and sitting about. The people that just like initially catch your attention would be these, 5 or 6 individuals that you can see standing around. There is one person kind of over to the left directly that catches your attention for a moment, and you kind of stare and like look for a while. You can see this like basically straw, like wide brimmed hat that's sitting on their head. They have a staff that's like leaning basically in the nook of their kind of shoulder and neck as they're kind of like just leaned forward. You can see holding out in front of them they have some sort of hot kind of boiling liquid that is in front of them that they appear to sip on for a moment before setting it down and then getting up and slowly kind of walking out. Another person, kind of human, over to the side. He seems to be kind of wiry, muscular kind of build. You can see that he's very dirty, like his face and his hands. Just appears to kind of grab a few things very quickly before as well making his way into the village. 2 people you see that actually walk like past you as you're beginning to converse with this individual. But initially as you start to walk up, you see, like I said before, tiefling individual. basically like square frame, like the way that he's built. His shoulders are very broad. He has a large head. The horns on his head that kind of go up and back. Let me make sure I get the good description here. You can see that he has a mohawk in the middle of the horns that are on his head. It's like kind of a darker brown color for the hair. He has horns on top of his head that are kind of like a lighter tan.
Yep.
The tail is not that long.
Is he like a shade of red like this, or is he a different
Yes,
color?
this is pretty accurate as far as the shade of red. It's kind of like this deep, basically like classic demon red kind of color skin. His horns curl back and have almost like a little bit to where they actually start to make a full circle toward the front, but they don't quite. Just like enough of a curve to them to where they just start to turn back toward the front. The horns themselves are a lighter tan. His head, like I said, he has a very large, blocky face and head. His jawline is really strong. You can see the top parts of his cheekbones kind of protruding. His shoulders, like where his clavicle and everything is, like he's very kind of chiseled and like cut up. Like he looks very, very strong. And you can see as you're walking up, there's a great axe kind of just set up against where you can see is this pile of wood. And then there is a large stump-like log out in front of him, and then he seems to be grabbing smaller logs, setting them down, and then with like some sort of lumberjack axe, it's just kind of like, and then there's like, the log kind of splits. You can see that he doesn't seem to like fully have your attention, but it kind of does like another hits and then looks up.
Hello, friend.
Hello.
I'm Steiner. I just returned to the village. Came over to introduce myself.
Steiner, a pleasure. I'm Axe. He kind of
Axe.
takes his hand
A
forward
fitting
and
name.
then like kind of grasps around. When he grasps around, his hand's not as big as you were expecting it to be in a way. It's kind of just like average size, but the grip is strong. He kind of like holds it there for a moment.
I give the strongest grip I'm able to.
Yeah. You were one of those that was on a raid, yes.
That's correct.
There were some talks of that going around. We have not been here for long. We are just trying to make do with what we can and help where we can.
Well, you're welcome here. If the Jarl says you're welcome, you're welcome. I myself, I do a lot of healing, creating concoctions if you're sick or if you're ill. Anybody in the camp can come to me and...
Maybe you have something to help me with this. And he kind of like turns
every time.
and puts his foot like up on the stump and then like rolls his foot back. So like as it goes up, he kind of rolls it back like that and then holds like his ankle to like hold up and show you the bottom of his foot. Both sides of my feet are like this. Well, both of my feet. And he picks up and you can see kind of like blisters and it's kind of sore. Some of it looks really irritated and infected. It was a long way walking from the mountains to here. And this hurts.
Did you wear shoes?
I do not have shoes.
Well, I could probably make a cream for that.
A cream, yes.
You want it now?
It would help greatly, but whenever you are
Is it
available
painful?
it is very painful. Yes. I've popped a few just from walking upon them, but I was told to just leave it alone.
That's generally the best course of action.
Yes. But whenever you have time, if you are free, if you think
Sure.
of something or remember.
I was just planning on introducing myself to some more of your camp here.
Yeah, he kind of like looks back. I'm sure that many of them are already off doing things. We'll probably run across them within the village, I'm sure.
Sure. Well, then I'll go get to work on that foot cream.
Thank you. If you need anything from me, like stuff moved around or chopped up,
I'll keep that in mind, X.
I'm quite good at those things.
Really great to meet you, and I hope you like the village.
So far it has been great. Different from what I am used to within the mountains,
Yeah,
but
I want to talk
great.
to you guys about that sometime because I'm very curious about the mountains.
Yeah, the Fjolheim is very interesting place for sure. Hard living, but it can be good.
I hear that.
Dealt with our hardships and were forced to come here.
The place we were at is kind of like, I guess, like the opposite of that. It's instead of being really cold, it's really hot, and instead of being wet, it's dry.
Interesting. Where is this place?
To the east,
East.
past the swamp. If you head south all the way to the ocean, you sail east, you end up in a place full of sand. Sand it's just small rocks.
Interesting. Were there other peoples there?
We don't have sandy shores.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Other Vikings?
no,
Not Vikings.
people.
You killed them then?
Not all of them.
Well, I appreciate you leaving some for me then.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you can see, like, you started to walk back, and he just kind of started walking
Oh,
with you
okay.
toward your house, and was, like, talking with you kind of back and forth.
Well, while you're here,
you
we
guys are
move those
basically
crates.
the same height, and he just, like, picks it up as he's doing it, and he's like, yes, I lived in the mountains basically whole life, and it was... And then he just kind of, like, setting stuff, moving it around.
Did you ever meet a giant?
I have met giants, yes, many of them. We lived very close to a small village of giants. But I'm sure, as you know, as every other Viking, there is some little bit of animosity there. We try to keep our distance and let them be. If they ever needed us, we would help, but we were a little bit more reserved to ask for any help from them.
Interesting.
I'm sure you know the stories of the first Vikings. So we try not to interfere much with
Of course, of course.
He's like sitting at your table now and is like, now that it's kind of the topic of discussion, like really focused on his foot.
Don't
like,
eat
looking
that
at
bread.
it.
Don't eat that bread. That's moldy.
Come on, Dr. Scholl.
I'm gonna start throwing together whatever I think would be some sort of foot cream.
Yeah.
I probably have some sort of let's see. Probably some goat ball mushroom. Probably some Rot's Bane as well.
Bane of rot.
Probably some sap.
Cut off his foot and give him the potion.
Wait! I would do something like that. It's like, if you really want to do something, it's gonna be crazy.
Cut off both feet, tape your legs together.
If we're gonna do that, we should do that at the feast.
And now for my next trick.
This is going interesting.
Magic's from beyond the lens.
The never-ending foot. We're chopping it off for 1 minute straight.
It doesn't grow back right away, so you just cut his foot off. And
I imagine
just
like a Deadpool thing with the baby hands.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh no, it's not coming back.
You basically make up the quick salve of whatever you can kind of throw together really quickly.
Yeah.
However it is that you would want to do that, you're more than welcome.
Alright. I'll probably get him like a small basket kind of container and put some of that in there. They'll probably want to put some of this on every night before you go to bed.
Perfect. Thank you. I really appreciate it. This was not how I thought my day would begin, but this is great.
Well, you can put your foot down.
Oh, sure, yes. Alright, well, any other crates you need moved around? Or?
It was just those two.
Alright. Steiner, it was an absolute pleasure. I will see you around.
Yep. Tell anyone, if they need anything.
I will spread the word for sure.
Alright.
Alright.
Making foot cream. It's my job. Oh, I wonder who's next. He disappeared. Where'd he go?
Flew into the
Whoa.
house.
Whoa, I'm on the roof. Whoa.
This dude's sniping people.
Yeah. Height advantage. What the hell? She.
Look at that vert play.
Stop shooting at random people in the village.
I was practicing my trick shots.
Yeah, he jumps off. 360.
Seer, get off the fucking roof.
Alright. The way that your
I think that hit the seer.
cigarette is basically set up, having your kind of home at the top. There's not really much difference in the way you wake up either. The way that the light always shines, a lot of you have your homes and the windows positioned in such a way where that first light kind of peeks through and gives you that awakening and kind of welcoming to the new day, essentially. You always know that there is stuff that you can do and can be doing. It's more or less just up to you if you want to do things for the day. There's never too many arrows that you guys could have. There's always bows that you can string up. There's wood that you can manipulate in other ways to make other things that you may want to. Sometimes I would say even like you and Sigrid probably work in tandem on some things. You're kind of more like a... as far as like weapons and armor things would go, like you would work with wood more than like Helmand, who does like the carpentry and like, you know, home building stuff would mess with. As far as like wooden handles for like shovels, like you would probably be better equipped to whittle something down in a way to do that. So you always know that there's some sort of work or something that you can do, and you guys, like I said, probably work in unison as far as like things that go, or even making little small handles for blades, if you ever had to, like make a wooden handle. You probably made like goofy little practice swords every now and then, or whatever it is, but there's always something that you can basically do. Once you're here and you are home, you start to kind of reflect on a lot of the stuff that happened while you were gone. You are used to, you know, conflict and difficulty and hardships and things, but it's something that you haven't quite experienced yet, especially like with nearly, you know, dying essentially, you know, basically being unconscious in the way that you were. It doesn't like shy you away from anything, but it gives you a little bit more perspective as far as like maybe even like training more or focusing more on certain things, or just trying to be better for maybe the next time something happens, to where like it's not that you think that biting means you weren't contributing or did something wrong. It's just more or less you as an individual know that you are capable of so much more, and like your abilities are a lot stronger than you let yourself believe, and like actually achieve those kind of positions of strength for yourself. So you kind of get to a point where like you wake up and there's just like this huge relief initially, like even when you got back last night, just knowing that you were in the safety of the village and here and like finally home, relieved a lot of stress for you. And then waking up that next day as well, good sleep, like in your house, you can smell like a lot of like the wood that's within your home, a lot of different scents. There's also like kind of like a sappy, almost like syrupy scent that's in the air around your house, just from all of the wood that you kind of have lying around that you get ready to use. You are able to do whatever it is you wish for the day. If there's anything specifically you want to do, or go around looking around, or just relaxing, whatever it may be.
I mean, it's relaxing for him. Plus, he knows that there's going to be the kind of banquet tonight.
Yep.
So he's gonna go and see if he can catch something for the feast.
Right on. Perfect. As you would normally, beginning to go kind of exploring and looking about. When you step out of your home, you can see which direction would you like to kind of go exploring?
Probably like back that way.
Like kind of like northwestish,
yeah.
over here? Okay.
I feel like normally he'd just go like through his like training ground straight back. Maybe he'll pick a different way this time.
Okay. Sounds good.
That's how you get lost.
It's okay. I'll find my way back. Or I won't.
Start a new life.
He's gonna wrap all the way around, see one of the farm animals, kill it.
A camel! What's that doing here?
A wild horse! This is a stable in the middle of nowhere. Who would have thought?
That's crazy. He definitely got hit on the head.
Look at all them chickens.
How have I never found this place before?
This is a gold mine.
I should tell the
You're
others.
just corralled here.
See you walking. Fuck that! Look at all these animals I found.
This is my house.
Okay. So you begin kind of looking to begin like a little bit of a hunting expedition early in the morning. Once you kind of get down your stairs and are looking around, you're probably going for the like bigger game. Like you're trying to find something that's going to feed a lot more people than just like plinking a bunch of rabbits or something, right? When you do initially step out, you do see quite a few like over toward the field. You even see one rabbit that's like kind of ballsy that just like hops like toward the edge of the farm right here. And the second you step out, it just kind of like takes off running, like it's not gonna continue to try to eat. Once you get out in front of your house though, it probably takes you a little bit, like kind of getting up. You already kind of knew what you were probably going to do in the morning, so it's not like super long, but it's still pretty early. Once you get out though, you do see standing out in front, about here, a taller tiefling individual. You were aware that there are new faces that you're going to see as you saw them when you first kind of entered, so you're not really on guard. They're not like pointing a weapon at you, but you do see them holding a bow. He's got a quiver on his back. He is kind of this red-skinned tiefling individual. He's probably about 6 foot. He appears to be older, probably like 40s or so. You can see that his hair is black, probably shoulder length. It's pretty straight kind of hair. His horns go up just a little, like they go straight up basically, and then like right probably about the middle of them, there's just like a little curve, and then it comes right back. The horns themselves are probably like 8 or so inches, maybe a foot tall off the top of his head. He appears to just kind of be standing there waiting, essentially, for you, in a sense. As you kind of make and kind of step your way out, you are Sigrid, yes.
Yeah.
He kind of takes the bow that he has and kind of strings it up over his body, and then takes his hand forward. Malik,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you as well. I am one of your new guests here within the village. I was told if I am to hunt game around here, you are who I should learn from. I've been waiting for your return. I heard you guys got back last night. I figured I'd wait. I didn't want to miss you trying to sneak out for an early hunt without me.
Desperate. Well, it's not like I was going at. Well, actually, you did. You caught me.
If you do not wish me to go, I will not. I just
No.
wanted to learn.
You're more than welcome to join me.
Fuck you, buddy. I don't know you.
Like only if you hit a 7-point no scope.
No, you're more than welcome to. I'll show you the area around and kind of the go-to spots.
Perfect. That is all I ask. And one more thing, and I am sorry to even do so, but I do not have many arrows, as much of them were lost in our fleeing of our home.
Oh, here, and I go down into like the main room,
Yeah.
and then just gesture him to come in, and there's probably like a bucket of arrows in there.
Yeah. Go grab Malik.
Sick. That's a sick name. He's waiting all the way across town for you, dude.
Okay.
Waiting outside my house.
You wake
For
up, you see him
hours.
looking in your window.
Very, very NPC of him to just be there waiting.
There was a quest
Hello.
marker above his head.
Dreams adventure.
Hello.
I've been waiting for you.
Watch where you're going.
He's standing in your doorway, won't move, so you're stuck in there.
When you returned, last night when you returned, you may have like very quickly went in here, but I imagine just being tired, you like went to bed. There's no concern for you to really even go down in here.
Yeah.
Same thing for you. Basically, everything within here is as it was. You do notice though that like there are probably some arrows that have been pulled out of here and like kind of missing. You'd imagine Falden probably would have come over here and done so and like
That's
grabbed a
kind
few
of why
things.
I make so many extra.
Yeah.
That, and I mean, if there's bows that were gone or anything like that as well, it's not really a huge deal. That's the
Yeah.
whole point of it.
Yeah, essentially when you walk into, like, he starts looking around, and like you said, you basically have, I mean, it's how you would imagine it, but like, bows that are kind of sitting down that have been maybe not strung fully, and there's some that are strung, like, you just have constant little works that you have that you can mess with. There's a lot of arrows sitting around, long bows and short bows. You have like a small table in that corner that has like a lot of stuff on it as well for you to work on things, but there are just stuff kind of strewn about of like bows and arrows essentially is like it's your thing, so it's just kind of everywhere. He starts to kind of look around and you can see the bow that he has is very, very basic. Like it's not anything fancy, it doesn't look great.
Scope.
It looks like it has some cracks on it. There's a lot of like leather kind of banding that's wrapped around it very, very heavily to like
a
kind
short
of
bow
keep
or a long bow?
It's a short bow, yeah.
Okay. While he's like grabbing some arrows and stuff, I'll grab one of like the extra short bows
Okay.
and kind of hand it over to him. Here, take this too.
He kind of like holds it and looks at it. Did you make these?
Everything in here.
Oh, you are quite skilled. They were
Thank
not
you.
lying. This
Yours
is
looks
better.
like it's seen some use.
It has. Our people are not much of bow users in a way. All of our game is fought head on in
Mm-hmm.
close quarters. But no, I appreciate this. Thank you.
Of course. Well, grab a few of those arrows and then we'll go out.
Certainly. Again, thank
Fill
you.
up your quiver.
You're giving him the tutorial.
He kind of grabs maybe. He grabs maybe like.
You're giving him
I'm
the
giving him the
tutorial.
tutorial quest.
He grabs like 5
Grab
or
a few
7.
arrows and we'll head out.
Yeah.
There's the game up there. It's your job to take it down.
It's just right there.
Yeah.
Take an arrow and shoot.
Arrow. Take an arrow and put it in the.
Alright.
It's going to move. Hurry up. Take an arrow and shoot.
Grab one of those arrows and put it on your bow.
You'll have to go in your inventory. Drag the arrow over your bow.
You can set a shortcut up for later.
Okay.
Whoa.
Everybody needs a tutorial quest.
It's true.
Alright, so you and Malik begin adventuring into the woods.
I guess as we're like going and stuff, you said your people don't really use bows too often. Are you newer to the bow or?
It was something that I will say I guess I procured from a bandit that was traveling through the mountains. It is something that we deal with quite often, or dealt with rather, within the mountains. Roving bandits, occasional creatures that would make their ways through. But for the most part it was a isolated and quiet life. Simple, even. The bow is just something I picked up and tried to use, but I'm not quite so skilled with it. It's just something I liked. I basically had the same one for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Okay. Well, like I said, this new one will probably treat you a little better. That
I
other
can
one,
already tell that it will.
that other one had some cracks in it that maybe could have caused it to fail it sooner or later. If you ever need to practice, feel free to come behind my house. I got many targets set up.
Thank you. I'm sure you could teach me a thing or two with the bow. I will follow your lead.
Alright.
What is it we're looking for out here?
Big game. Probably deer, elk, possibly bear. We'll see.
Bear I have dealt with.
Me, I kill bear.
So have we. Hopefully not bear, because that gets a little tricky. Normally you can't take them down in one shot. So
We would normally be 3 or 4 of us ready if we were going after a bear.
maybe even a large hog of some sort.
Perfect.
Gal says otherwise.
Yeah, my 50 cal bow.
That was-
On the
That was
insert.
Jared's one of his other ideas for a ranger was going to be a big ass Goliath with like a gorilla pet. And they were just like, and I think you might have even had that idea for a Goliath with a huge just like bow.
It's a
Oh,
ballista.
It's like a ballista. Yeah, you did that one.
It's a great bow from
Yeah, just like a huge ballista. That you're
Fires
basically-
javelins.
It makes me think of Go from one of the Dark Souls DLCs.
Not familiar.
He's a giant with a bow that's the size of him.
Oh jeez.
It's fucking massive, and
Yeah.
and then there's a scene. He's blind, and there's a scene where the dragon's like flying through the sky, and he just like pulls back, fires, and it just pierces through the dragon's chest and drops the thing in one shot.
Big ass Goliath with a huge bow was a cool one.
Yep, so probably just head into the forest and start looking down at the ground, seeing if I can find any tracks.
Okay, make a survival check.
Who is my survival? $19.
19. Okay. You start walking through the forest. It is like basically the middle of spring, so you know that a lot of what you're probably going to find is not going to be fully matured,
Mhm.
but it's still big enough nonetheless. You do come across what appears to be this small little area that you can kind of see in the distance, and it's easy to kind of pick out because of like, although nature itself is not like very like linear and like uniform in ways, there is like a chaos to it, but you can see when that chaos is kind of broken up and there are some abnormalities in it. So as you're looking, you can see the way that it basically goes is like you guys are in this sort of like low valley where the river sits, and you kind of, when you go into the forest, you're kind of going up in an elevation, very similar to when you went to the ritual stones, or if you were to head north and start going toward the mountains, where elevation just kind of keeps slowly going up and getting higher. You get to a point where you can see like up this ridge in a way, to where there's a bunch of trees that are kind of making like a canopy in a way, and then at the bottom of it there is a bunch of kind of like disrupted taller grass and like flowers and stuff that are knocked over and broken, a couple of twigs that you can see that are just like snapped over to the side. Like there's almost like a cleared out area of like probably like somewhere where like things are bedding down. You're not really sure exactly what it is, but you do know that you could either wait and see for something to come back to it, or try to like get up close to it and look for further tracks leading out from like where that was. But like you pick up on it and like know that something is gonna basically leave from there.
Well, knowing that it just kind of got light, I don't really expect them to be coming back so soon. So I'm gonna go towards that area and
Okay.
see if I can find some more tracks.
Perfect. Once you make your way up to it, you can definitely tell that he is not quite used to, like, you're confident that he was probably like a hunter type person for the village for them, but it's so much different
Yeah.
where they were in the mountains that like he's not even sure what to look for, so he's just mimicking what you're doing basically. And you're, even though you see that and you know it and like nothing, you don't see anything around you, you still know to kind of be quiet, and like you don't really have to like be like low down or anything, but you do know that you have to kind of be quiet and like watch where you're stepping and like looking around. And you can see him kind of doing the same as like you're looking down, you're like double checking back toward him, to whereas he's like taking steps, you're kind of looking beneath him to like make sure he doesn't step on anything. And he can tell that you're trying to be quiet, but like I said, you're not like crawling on the ground or like being super stealthy.
So, you just reminded me, you said stealthy. So, once per day, I can cast Pass Without a Trace.
Oh, no shit.
So, I'm going to do that.
Okay. Does that originate around
30
you,
foot
right?
around me.
30 feet around you. Right. Okay. Just making sure.
And it's a plus 10 to any stealth checks.
Jesus. All right. Right. So as
And
you
we
make
leave
your way
no
up-
tracks.
Oh, even better.
That's pretty cool.
As you make your way up to that ridge where that kind of bedded area is, you can see there definitely is something that is like resting here.
I feel the ground. Is it cold or is it?
It
a little
feels warm.
Okay, a little warm.
So you're imagining whatever it was like has not been gone very long.
Mhm.
There's not a lot of light peeking through this canopy either, so you don't think it's from the sun kind of warming it. You can feel basically where some things were laying down, and it's multiple. It doesn't seem to be just like one that was resting here. You kind of start to look around as best you can and try to pick up maybe something that may kind of catch your attention in a way, that may indicate what it could be possibly. The more that you begin to like look at it and further kind of try to investigate, you don't see like tufts of fur or like feathers or horns or anything laying around. You can just see what look like some sort of like hoof type prints leading away from it,
Mhm.
making you think it could be like a deer or elk or something at least similar to that. And it seems simple enough to follow it, at least for a little bit, from what tracks you can see of it. And it looks like several of them walking in the same direction as well.
Yeah, I'd say like noticing that, feeling that the ground was still warm, and kind of seeing like some tracks leading off. Kind of like I think about it, and I decide to. That's when I decide to like cast the spell.
Okay.
And I kind of like as I'm going through this, I'm eyes and look at this, look at this.
Seems like
And then I do the spell and everything like that.
how do you think that would look for you to do that? What do you think it looks like?
So, it's similar to when shadows envelop around my arrows.
Okay.
So like, instead it would probably, I'm so used to forming them from my arrows that it would start forming around the tip and then come back towards me, go down my arms, and then towards my feet, and then you just see like a light shadow go across the ground, and then that kind of like emanates around me.
Oh yeah. Okay. And as it does, it kind of projects. You can see him kind of like looking around.
Kind of sits a little bit more on my feet, like while it's active.
And he's just kind of like looking. You definitely tell that he hasn't like seen much of anything. Like he doesn't seem like completely shocked by the runic magic by any means, but like wasn't expecting it in a way. And then you just continue on, and he begins to follow behind. Following the tracks, go ahead and make a stealth check.
Yep.
Make one for balance. That's a plus 10.
Yeah.
Okay. This is 17. Or 19, sorry.
32.
You can definitely tell that your use of the spell assisted him, essentially. He's not comfortable like walking through like an actual heavy forest. Like there's so many things that you are just constantly mindful of without even paying attention to it. Like if you see a tree that's like down, like that has fallen down, you almost like completely avoid it because you know how many branches are going to be around it. Like you take this long kind of route along the tree, and it's something that he's just like watching you do but doesn't understand why you're doing it. You just kind of keep doing these things to where like even when you're walking past some stuff to where you can see like a tree that is maybe not having as much leaves on it to where you would imagine that the branches are probably falling off of it a lot more. Like you understand that there's probably more branches and twigs underneath that tree as opposed to this one that's super green and like full of life. And even if a branch did fall off of that, the amount of like water content that's in it doesn't cause it to really like snap. It's just more or less like a push down into the ground. even certain parts of the floor itself that are probably a little like more wet than others, just based on how much sun is coming through the canopy. Like parts that there's no sun at, where like water is probably just like sitting and not really like evaporating much. Like you're actually walking through the sunny bits to like get through some of these parts where like maybe there's like a little bit of an opening, but it's a little bit lower as well, so you're not like splashing around and like very, very saturated bits of ground beneath you. You get to a point where like you finally crest up past like this huge thicket of trees once you pass this little field in between, and you're actually quite a ways away from the actual camp. Like you didn't find that first initial part of like the signs of those kind of hoofed animals, whatever they are. You're probably imagining it's just a bunch of deer. Once you got to that part, you're probably 2 hours in or so of just like walking. So it's been quite a leg like that you're moving about. And you'd imagine whatever it is that you're following is either moving or is stopped at some point. So saying that meaning like you're either chasing them or you're gonna eventually get to them once they stop. So you're kind of just like in this trail, and you know, based on everything that you kind of keep looking down at the tracks that are there, they're not in a full sprint. Like the spacing of the actual like hooves themselves and how deep it's ingrained into the ground, like you know that they're just like kind of in this very, very gentle walk going through the forest. So you feel confident in your abilities, and this is something now that you're doing where like you can feel your heart kind of beating as you're doing it, because it's like something that you enjoy to do and that you're good at doing, and like all of these things that you're picking up on, it's like you feel back at home even more now because this is like your thing that you do here within the village. So once you start to traverse and go through, you're probably a good 5, maybe 6 hours outside of the village. Like this is a pretty good distance of traveling for this. Even though like you're this far, it's something that you're comfortable with. Like you're fine. Like you know basically about where you are. There may be some parts of it that you haven't quite fully traversed, and this forest around you guys is so big that there are several parts of it that just haven't been explored or seen by anybody. You get to a point where you now, you still have tons of daylight left, so you're not really super worried. And even if you had to go another hour or 2 hours to get to where you were going, before you ended up in a position to return with either some sort of game or like, hey, like this is too far, like gone, like we're a little bit out of our depth, we should head back.
Yep.
You're confident you could get back without issue. If you could make an investigation check for me.
Natural 20.
Okay. Let's go.
Alright, so as you start to walk through the forest itself, you're not really seeing the deer. Like you know that you're on their trail, but you're not seeing them, and one of two things make you think that. One thing would be that they are really just like kind of pushing through to find food, but then it leads you to the second one where they might be just bedding down somewhere else and trying to find somewhere for the day because you passed so many sources of food for them that you're kind of like, where the hell are they going in a way? And they're probably just pushing into a different part of the forest because they've either had something where they were kind of spook them, whether it be how close they were to the village, and then started to realize how close they were to something like that, so they're starting to push deeper into the forest. So you really are kind of chasing them in a way where like you could probably follow them for another, at least until the sun goes down, 8 hours or so of just staying behind them. But if you start to run, you think like, okay, you're probably really gonna push them out to where you kind of get to a point where you're not like quite giving up, I would call it. You just know better. You know that you're not gonna catch them, and it's better for you to let them do what they're gonna do. Remember where exactly you kind of are right now, and then try to get to this point and find this big herd of deer. Because the further you get and you start looking at the tracks, there's probably like a good 15 or so of them that are here. Some of them probably are a lot younger, but there are a few that would be good, like food at least, for you to come back and hunt. So it kind of leaves something in the back of your mind for later. Before you even like go to turn around and let Malik know, like, hey, like we should probably head back, you can see over in the distance, like, so essentially you are standing in a forest, right? Like there's trees like 8 feet this way, one right here, there's one 10 feet that way. Like you are in a thick bit of trees to where like your sight is only limited to maybe 80 feet in some spots, but then cut down to, 15, 20 in others. About 80 or so feet through this little clearing in the actual trees, it's almost like this slight kind of path that you can see, and there's this like little bit of a shimmer that you can see like from where the sun is coming down. It actually like has a shine to it in a way. Like there is a bit of light variance that is something that you're not used to seeing all the time within the woods. Like you've seen the light kind of come through the trees and or shine off water, and you know what that kind of looks like. It doesn't catch your attention, but something about this catches your attention almost immediately as you see the light kind of banking down where it's shining to.
I guess, kind of thinking through that, he like kind of starts letting out like a bit of a sigh, and like as he's like turning around, he kind of notices this shine come through, and he goes, just like in a really low, he's like, there might be something over there. And he goes, quiet. And then I start kind of leading a little bit towards that way.
You get closer, you're kind of like traversing up it. You can see that it's not quite as much like a grade up, it's pretty level, like going across. You get to a point where you can see the ground appears to be pretty normal, but upon like closer inspection, you can see what looks like a rocky surface beneath the grass and dirt. Almost like a strange rocky surface, like something that's not natural within the environment in a way. With your natural 20, like I said, the rocky surface beneath it doesn't make much sense. You shift the dirt off, like kind of like push it over to the side, and you reveal what looks like a rune set inside of this large stone beneath the ground. You're kind of looking at it, and it's a rune that you can like look at and you know. Do you know runic? Yes, like giant runic, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect. Very well kind of hidden, but not hard to find if you search correctly, and you're in such a remote part of the forest right now. Like, I'm not saying that you haven't been in this area, it's just that certain circumstances and the time of day, and it could be that you have never actually even been over here. You're really familiar and comfortable with the forest itself, but you don't really know like every square inch of it. Like, there are parts of it that you will go to, and you'll go to again in a week, and it feels like a different forest in a way just because of the way things maybe have fallen or the way the light's coming in. You can see that there is a rune in that is kind of set in the stone. It's an X. It's just an X. You've seen before a rune that means exile, that's like a circle with an X, but this one is just an X. You're familiar and you know that this means gift. It's a very, once you start to look at it, it actually has, like, with the sun projecting onto it, like, at first you're looking at it, blocking the sun, you can see it, you're, like, looking at the rune, and you back up just a little bit to where sun kind of peeks up over the corner of it, like the X here, and then, like, maybe this part, where you see this very dull kind of green glow on the X itself. And then you step back and you can see the full rune kind of glowing green. At this point, you haven't actually, like, physically like touched it by any means. You've just more like pushed dirt off of it, but as the sun kind of shines toward it, you can see that it does like kind of glow, and you can see around it there is like a recessed, like kind of almost square or uneven square rather, like it's not like this perfect square around it to where it looks like it is recessed and can be pushed.
I'll kind of like kneel down and kind of just see what happens.
Okay, just like push it?
Yeah.
Okay. Once you touch the rune, it glows a little bit brighter. So as opposed to like before when you were blocking it with the light, like if you block the light, like the green kind of fades out, but once you actually place your hand on it, it glows a little bit to where you can see it glowing past your fingers and kind of through. And you kind of push down, and as you do, you can see it glows a little bit brighter, and you can actually feel the rune kind of pulling you in a direction for a moment. Like once you kind of press down in it, there's this green kind of glitter of energy that kind of picks up like these wisps in a way that start to like trail off into the forest, and you can actually see once you take your hand off, those wisps still kind of remain, and it kind of makes this path out in front of you.
Oh, this is new, but I kind of want to follow whatever that is.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it is the spirits guiding us. It could be Vexia herself. I'm with you.
Start following.
Okay, you travel for another hour and a half to where you're probably a good 7 hours just outside of the village. A good distance and trek from what you've traveled before. You've come across little bits of small game, small like kind of juvenile like pigs that are like running through and scampering about, and your eyes weren't really set on that before, but now like your whole journey out here has kind of shifted into what this is and what this could be, and everything about it feels spiritual in a way, like the spirits are here and you feel connected to it, and although it may not be Sulkir specifically, it is still like the spirits, you know, that you can feel, and the green energy just kind of trotting through the forest. Like you can see the way that the wisps are, it's kind of like almost like bouncing in a way off into the forest. You get to a point where you actually find the forest ending. You reach the edge of it, and you feel that you actually start to, I guess feel. You know, like when you get up high on something, right? And like you can kind of feel that weird woozy sensation. Once you get to this edge of the forest, and you can see this kind of cliff, you feel that sensation for a moment. The path leads out toward what you see as a cliff, essentially. Following it, you get all the way to the end where this green is just kind of sitting there, and then the green floats out like 4 or 5 feet past the edge of the cliff is there. You can see that there are several stones leading to something at the edge of the cliff, like kind of in a row. You see the area around though, like magic is just kind of like flowing in the air as you see it. The place where the path leads to has 4 runes, and they're all set like straight in a line on this ledge. Looking over the edge, you can see that it is a straight drop down that crashes into the waves of what is actually what looks like some sort of a bay of the Vestir Sea against the cliff, so it's kind of like the far western side of your guys' world here. The drop itself is like several hundred feet, and you feel that knot in your stomach as you kind of near the edge and peer over.
You said there's 4 runes on the ground?
Yes.
What are they?
They're all placed in a kind of straight line, starting from left to right. The runes, you can see a rune of trust, a rune of power, another rune of trust, and then the same X rune that you previously saw, meaning gift. The runes are set 2 to each side, and then a blank space in the middle. So essentially it's like you're looking at this stone kind of ledge, essentially, and then on one side there is a rune of power and trust, and then on the other side there is a rune of trust and then gift. And then there is basically just a straight edge right in front of you.
What the hell? Hit 'em all.
Bada boom, bada bing.
These aren't do these look like they can be pressed down at all?
They do not.
But there's like 2 on one side, an empty spot, and 2 on another side?
Yep.
Right on the edge?
Right on the edge.
What's the distance between the runes and the edge?
It's flush.
Do I take 2 steps to my left like Brian?
Push the other guy over.
I was like, you're standing on an edge. He's like, yeah, I know, I still take 2 steps to my left. Okay, you fall 50 feet. What? What do you mean? Do a dex save, try to catch the ledge. Natural 1. Okay. You fall, dude. So you didn't fucking ask for it.
Yeah. Good times.
I don't think the spirits would treat me wrong.
This is all an elaborate prank, don't fall for it.
I'm trying to roll a new character.
He's trying to steal your lungs.
He led you to a secondary location.
Step forward.
Step forward where?
Go right through the things.
Okay.
I'm trusting. I'm following the little spirit sprites.
Make a dex save.
Yep.
They're trolls.
That's actually pretty good.
That's good because you were falling right off that cliff.
22.
22. Okay. Malik is standing behind
Hopefully
you.
he didn't fall.
And you can see him like
He's been
kind
following me this whole time, mimicking me.
kind of like leering over the edge a little bit. Like the second you feel your weight, like your top half shift over your bottom, like toward the edge, you feel like off, like something feels off. So you just get ready to like stand there and just step off the edge. Whatever it may be that led you to do so and like pushed you to feel that was necessary. As your foot leaves the edge, Malik is like getting ready to talk to you and like speak. He's like, what do you think it's, what are you going, and then you like step, as your foot leaves the edge, you feel it actually drop as if you're about to fall. When that first foot kind of finds purchase on a hard surface is only when after you take that first step and then the second step also comes off. So like if you were to stand there and kind of like duck and like feel in front of you, like you don't feel anything. So you kind of do like, you're just, there's no hesitation with it. Like you're just kind of standing there. You don't try to do that and like leap.
It was well, this is what it is moment.
Yeah. So that first
Let's
step that you
see.
take, you feel that like
Cause it,
drop.
I'm just like putting my faith in the spirits at this point, and whatever happens, happens.
That step you take, and then you take another. It's not until that second step passes that you feel like purchase on something. The second you feel your foot, both of them, find solid ground onto something, the ground has this great green shimmer that kind of bursts from the runes and then out past the edge in a way. And it bursts in such a way to where you can see that empty space that's over the cliff reveals this stone structure off the edge. You can see stone boulders kind of stacked in an archway. The runes themselves begin to glow on the ground, and then across each boulder that's up on top of here, the boulders are arched around this kind of flat piece of stone essentially, and that piece of stone has a green line that starts to just go straight down the middle of it. So you essentially have this huge slab of stone in front of you with a bunch of boulders and an archway to reveal what seems to be some sort of a door. You hear this kind of rumble followed by the sliding of the stone. It opens up and the door reveals this kind of very dimly lit green interior.
Alright, I'm already this far, I'm going in.
Okay. As it reveals itself and Malik is kind of behind you, he, like, standing in between that space, is kind of looking out and sees it kind of form, and then just kind of like closes his eyes and then takes the 2 steps off of the ledge as well to like be there with you. Although he sees it, he still like feels he has to put that faith forward for him to actually be there as well. So like once he steps off, you start to like walk up toward the actual interior and then make your way inside. There's this deep green kind of lush interior. There's like these viney plants growing from them and then to the ground. And then on the inside you can see what looks like it's basically like this large kind of like, almost looks like an outcropping of a cave on the interior. Like it goes in this like, huge circle. And then you can see in the middle of it, there's like a tiny like little river where there's like water kind of flowing through on both sides. And there's like a little bit of like a pathway kind of bridge that leads across to another kind of cave wall at the end at the other side. You can see kind of leaned up against the bottom of it, a bow sitting there on the ground. And then right above that there is a rune like in the actual wall itself. You have seen a rune like this before. It's similar to the exile rune that you came across with Cain that was on the wall itself. This one is a rune of power that's like up on the wall, and it has like a very, very faint glow to it. And you do remember the last time that you came across this, the only one who even was able to really interact with it was Cain. You guys were able to discern what it was and see it, but he was the only one who could really do anything with it.
Mhm.
But you do see that bow kind of laying against the ground over toward the front.
Mhm.
It just kind of leads across, and you can see where the bow is sitting, that there is like this kind of half circle bit of stone that in the middle of it has that X in it for gift, and then right above it is that rune of power that's basically sitting there. You know what I think this is here? This is a rune door.
Room door. I've never heard of them.
Yes, the giants, they speak of them often. They are ancient rooms, placed all across Midgard, bearing gifts, power, some bits of evil, but they are tests of true Vikings to find these things. I am honored to have been here with you when you found this. Vexia surely guided us here.
This is one of those rooms, and we may have found one in the before already. I mean, I kind of walk forward towards the wall, and I kind of just put my hand over the rune, knowing I can't really do much with it.
Yeah, you can see that it's like deeply engraved into the actual wall itself.
Yeah.
The giants, they made these rooms, doors, and areas by the will of the spirits, showing them their thanks and appreciation. They are kind of like shrines scattered all across Midgard.
I reach down and I pick up the bow,
Mm-hmm.
and he said it's kind of like a shrine, so I'm taking this bow, but I'm gonna leave my bow.
Okay.
Not like to try and like dupe it or anything like that, just as like a sign of respect almost.
Yeah, when you grab it and when you even like reach for it, you don't feel any sort of fear of essentially it like hurting you by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Once you grab the bow itself, you definitely can tell that it is magical. It's a longbow. It has on it 5 different runes that are like basically spread all throughout the actual bow itself. There's a rune of fire, a rune of cold, like a lightning rune, thunder rune, and then like basically like a. It's kind of like a rune of strength in a way, but its interpretation could lean more or less toward like force or power.
Mm-hmm. I have to remember this area. Cain can possibly interact with this on the wall.
Really?
He can. He's gifted by the spirits in that way.
The only people I know who can interact with these primal runes are runesmiths, or all giants.
I'm sure if you have any stories of them, then he would love to hear it.
Certainly. I will have to meet this king.
I think it's probably time we start heading back. We're gonna be late for the dinner if not.
Very well.
No bear.
No bear. I
Without
tried.
issue, you make your way back to like the village. Along the way, making your way back, I will say that you, if you choose to, attune to the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
So I will send that to you. Alright, and last but not least, put you guys back here.
It's Brodier's turn, right?
Perfect.
And that was quick. Okay, on the book dash.
Damn.
It's already over.
He plowed the farms and drank some piss. The end.
He's still recovering from a head wound.
You get Angie, he come bear.
Okay.
End of story.
Alright, Volktash, for you, the way that your house is set, you essentially don't get that first, like, initial, like, light. Like, you have a window that lets in that light, but where your bed's kind of positioned and everything, like, you yourself wake up quite early anyways as an individual, just out of habit and the necessity of how you have to take care of all the animals and everything on the farm. You do know that since the last time you were here, you were imagining, and you kind of already gave Jarl the heads up of like, hey, the sheep's probably going to have babies, and then like keep an eye on these chickens. They'll kind of do their own thing, just make sure they have food kind of around. Mm-hmm. And you haven't really had a chance to actually go and inspect and check on any of that, like look into it. So you do know that that is something that you can look into today, which I'd imagine you're probably going to anyways. As far as you outside of your duties within the village, there's a lot of stress that you kind of feel that you are under in a way, if that makes sense. Like you have had a lot of information brought forth to you and have dealt with a lot of stuff that has kind of just been slowly over time progressing into the point that it is now, to where you have a little bit more of an understanding of like how you came to be here, and like in a way, like you don't know the specifics of it, but you have the overall general, at least what you're being told. Like you believe Sirko, and you don't really see what his purpose for spinning any sort of lie would be. But the only reason you even think of that a little bit is because of how much of a reach it is, like how far beyond like what you even thought it could be. It actually is, of like being an Asgardian who has basically fallen to Midgard for some reason that is unbeknownst to you in a way. You also were told about these guardians, essentially, that are attached to your bloodlines, and that kind of fall and like coincides with the kind of orange energy that seemed to constantly be manifesting itself and trying to reach out to you in some sort of a way. When you go to sleep that night that you get back after this information you've been given, you're expecting actually to like go to those dreamlands in a way, like if you wanted to, but you were also given caution in dabbling with them, because that is also a place, it's kind of like this in-between of Midgard and the heavens that kind of connect to where you can kind of dabble and manipulate into both, where you were told that the Dark One also is able to manipulate and dabble with those things. So it was more or less like a clean slate in a way of like coming back, resting, being in your house, and then taking the day on as it came to you. And you kind of wake up fully kind of preparing to, you know, go and assist and take care of the animals and such. So once you wake up, you feel rested. It's like everybody else. It's nice to have slept in your bed as opposed to like a bedroll in the sand or just on an uncomfortable surface, essentially. You rest up well enough to begin the day. Is there anything you want to do?
I didn't. So when you messaged me and asked about the animals, I forgot that before we left the village, there was piglets set.
Okay. There
was 5 of them, and then there was one that the birth was a struggle, and it like was pretty fucked up.
I remember all this now. Yeah.
So I think that one probably would have died.
Bacon. Yeah.
But then I don't know. I'd assume there's still 4 of the 5 that have survived.
Yeah, for sure.
What is the gender separation on those?
I'll just let you roll it.
Okay.
Just roll a d4 and a 1 or 2 male and then 3 or 4 female.
For each one?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't see gender.
That's 1 lady pig. That's 1 boy pig.
And then just add that on to whatever it was that I sent you.
Pig. That's 1 boy pig.
Sausage fest.
Okay. And then the camels. What are the sexes of the camels?
Both males.
Both males. Okay.
I thought we took one male, one female.
I thought that was the plan. I was just making sure.
No, you're right. 1 male, 1 female.
Because we left. There
We
was
left a
two
male
males,
behind.
one
Yeah,
female.
we left a male behind. That's right.
Where
Noah's Ark.
Noah's arcing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So
We're gonna start selling camels.
I'll probably wake up like bright and early, earlier than the bright even,
Uh-huh.
We'll figure it out.
and you know
Hopefully
after
coats on.
getting back home, having that conversation with the seer and everything, I surprisingly slept well, but immediately my first thought is to like get out on the farm
Mm-hmm.
and just start tending to the animals.
Yeah, babies.
And I guess one of the primary things that I'm going to be thinking about too is like, I've been gone for a month. How did Jarl do? Did he actually take care of everything? And when I get back to my house the night before, I probably like go out there and start like looking around, and realize it's fucking dark, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I want to do this, but I can't, so I'm just going to go to sleep. And
Yeah. Okay, so once you kind of just like initially make your way out, this I'm assuming is basically just like a piece of like wood that's like tied off really loose onto here to where you can just like kind of shift it, like slide it back and forth or whatever. When you do wake up and kind of come out here, this is shifted and kind of closed onto here. All the sheep are just kind of wandering out here, the cow as well as like out here. You can see Jarl is here, as well as another individual. You can see that she is, Jarl is not out there. The other individual along with whom she is with is out there. You can see a human individual. She's probably like in her like late 30s or so. She has a pretty large scar, like kind of on the top part of her head. It looks like a burn scar in a way, and it looks fresh. Like it doesn't look like it's old by any means. Like she's got like kind of like a bandage covering the top part of it. A lot of her hair is kind of like burnt on the side. She has like this kind of that kind of like pockmark looking like burn scar appearance to it. Like it's fresh, like kind of newer. Like it's been healing for a while, but it's not something that she's had for like years. You know, it's like maybe a few months or so.
Okay.
She is kind of average height and build, everything. Just kind of like nothing really catches your attention as far as like her appearance and like physique. She's just kind of like sitting on what appears to be a couple of crates that are kind of set up over in like this back corner. And she has sitting next to her, what you can see is like a dog, kind of like wolf maybe, larger in its appearance. The kind of like wolf dog itself is like perched up and is just like kind of like looking around like really, really intently, like staring about. As you kind of get a little bit closer, you can see the wolf dog goes from like just like kind of sitting up, and it has already kind of like tracked you like from when you were like stepping and walking in, and it seems like you're not like, it knows what its like threats essentially would be, and
Yeah.
you are not one of those, so it just kind of like keeps scanning and looking around. The woman that's kind of sitting there, you can see next to her, she just has like a spear essentially that's like the handle of it is just like shoved into the ground to like stick there, and she just kind of like leaned back. The closer you get, you realize that she's kind of like asleep actually, just like where she's sitting, like her head's kind of back and she's like passed out. She's not like quite snoring, but she's just like sitting there,
Yeah.
kind of asleep. You can see the sheep are out, like I said, and the cow as well.
I'll kind of just like look around a little bit and then walk over towards her, and then I'll actually probably just like go to pet the dog first.
Yeah.
Scratch the dog's head, if like, greet it obviously, make sure it's comfortable, and then reach down and start petting its head and kind of look at the woman a little bit.
You're not gonna make quick, hasty movements at the dog.
Go ahead and make an animal handling check with advantage.
23.
23.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay. You can see as you get closer, the wolf dog is like, it's kind of blackish gray ombre of fur. It has a pretty like solid physique to him. It doesn't appear to be like super thin or gaunt or like really fat and heavy. He's just like seems like a pretty in shape wolf. You can tell that it's a male for obvious reasons. You're very quick to be able to tell the sex of an animal just from what you do like throughout the farm. As you look and you kind of like, you don't even like hesitate or think about it. You just kind of like walk up and see the wolf dog kind of standing there, looking over everything, just kind of back and forth, like scanning. You get a little closer and he's still like kind of like looking, but he goes from like a sit to like, he's just kind of like stands up and starts to like look around. Gets to a point where he like almost walks like behind you essentially. So she's like sitting here, like kind of passed out, like, you know, asleep. And he like walks behind and is like going around. You take your hand and kind of like put it behind you to where like he actually walks like past it, like as he's going around, like half circling you. You put your hand there, you're not even like really looking at him. You just kind of reach back and give like a solid pat to his side and then pet. And then you feel him just like kind of like plop down onto the ground. And you as well kind of duck down and start to like pet his like side of his chest, his stomach, and he just like kind of rolls over and is like sitting there and he's like,
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals, and then I'm gonna be like, hey buddy, how you doing? What are you doing here?
does that allow them to speak? Do they need?
It's only for the animals, I think.
I think it allows me to like communicate with them.
Yeah, I think that their intelligence is a certain.
It has to be like greater than 3 or something.
Yeah.
Let me find the actual spell.
For the duration, you can comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts, and you can use any of the influence action skills options with them. Most beasts have little to say about topics that don't pertain to survival or companionship, but at minimum, a beast can give you information about nearby locations and monsters, including whatever it has perceived within the past day.
To be honest with you, I got nothing from that.
I can talk to
He
it.
can talk to the dog.
And it can talk back to me. And depending on...
And there's nothing about the intelligence. Right?
No.
They have a thrilling conversation about licking their balls.
I can't do that. I can't do that. What's that like? I might turn into a dog.
It's great. I love it.
We have our own scratch.
Speaking of dogs, dude.
He came to talk to you.
Alright.
So
So you just, you said you just basically lean down and what'd you say?
I'm just gonna like, as I'm scratching his side, I was like, hey buddy, how you doing? What are you doing here?
You kind of like, it's like, I am here with my master Kiva.
What's her name?
Kiva.
Master.
At that point he like rolls back over and stands up and then like sits and just like,
can do
You've been watching the sheep?
yes, I've been told it is my mission to watch these sheep and take care of them.
How long have you been here?
Since we got here, I don't know how long.
Okay. Well, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching the sheep.
Of course.
I'll scratch his head again.
He like leans into it.
Do I see like a stick or a bone or anything nearby?
There's definitely like a stick like laying
Yeah.
around or something.
I'll grab the stick. I'll be like, kind of wave it at him a little bit.
He's like,
see if- I'll just like kind of toss it over to the side.
Went over and grabbed it. His like heavy kind of like
Yeah.
running away causes her to kind of like sit up, and the spear just kind of like leaning against her shoulder. She sits up, kind of puts one hand on it, and then looks. Who might you be?
I could ask you the same thing. I'm Voktesh. You're kind of sleeping with my animals.
Yeah, Kiva. She takes her hand forward.
shake her hand.
That's Ralph.
Oh, he's a good boy.
Certainly.
He seems very attentive for the sheep, so it's very helpful.
Yeah, I honestly have never thought of him to do something. He's always looked over the young in our village and looked over the village itself, but he didn't really have much of a job to do until now.
How long have you guys been here?
2 months at most, I believe.
Okay.
That's probably even pushing it. Maybe a few weeks.
Do you know Yald?
Yes, met him several times.
Did you talk with him and he kind of said you could
He
help
was
out?
he was essentially who offered for us to do so. It just kind of happened one day when we were touring the village, looking around, and Ralph seemed to be walking the perimeter of this fence. So this kind of is what it is now, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
He seems to enjoy it, and as long as we're contributing, so
well,
we'll make sure we're not in your way. And if there's anything we can do to help, please let us know.
this is more than helpful, honestly. After being gone for about a month now, it's a lot to catch up with, and just knowing that there's, someone else keeping some eyes on things, it's good to know, so I appreciate it.
Of course.
So yeah, don't let me bother you. I saw you were resting, I didn't mean to wake you.
If there's anything you need, let me know. She just kind of leans back into the crates and kind of gets comfortable and pops her head back.
So there's 6 sheep now,
Yes.
plus the ones I brought back last night.
Yeah.
Okay. What is it
I
coming
think it's
now?
Miles.
It's a metronome.
Oh, okay.
Or a metronome.
So yeah, after I guess I pretty much just assume that the sheep are like pretty well taken care of. I'll
Yeah.
kind of go up to them and I'll kind of like,
Mm.
make sure they're all in good shape and everything, nothing's wrong with them. Check on the younger ones.
All of them seem to be like good health. As you're like doing that, you see Ralph like walks over to like the side, and as he like steps there, the sheep just like instinctually just like walk away from him, and then he like goes around like wider, and then like there's one that's like a little further away as you're like investigating and like inspecting the ones that are there, and he seems to like, just kind of like look at you. How long does this speaking last?
Last 10 minutes.
Yeah. Do you also need that sheep?
Keep them together.
Perfect. He kind of starts walking over and like gets to the other side of the sheep and like steps farther and kind of does like towards its ankles and causes it to like really scurry and pick up and like run back over toward the other sheep, and then he just like sits down and then starts scanning and looking around again.
Great job. Thank you, Rolf.
Of course.
That dog's a Viking.
What a Viking than anybody.
After I check on the sheep and the cow, how old's the cow?
It's probably pretty well up there. Like
Betsy.
yeah.
Not many
It's
days
definitely
left.
not this. It's like
Not as much
probably
milk as she used to.
when you first got here.
Dust.
The woman that you kind of took over for, like this was probably a baby when she was
Okay.
here. So like it's been a while. Like you've been here for a long time.
Like 7-8 years or something.
Yeah. So that it's probably pushing about that much.
Okay.
Ain't got much time left. Use her for the feast.
After I check on the sheep and the cow, I guess I'll go check on like the pigs and the piglets, and then kind of do my rounds, go through, make sure they have food, water,
Oink oink.
go over to the chickens, same thing, kind of count out the chickens and notice that they've like multiplied, and and just wonder how many there's gonna be and what I'm gonna have to do to like keep the population cold and
So when you
In
get
control.
over there too as well, like where the chickens are held, that coop that was being made is like done essentially, as it was basically done when you left, but now it has a lot more spots in it where there's room for them to like lay eggs. And you can also see that there's like 3 or 4 really, really shitty like woven baskets next to the actual coop that have like a solid bottom to them. But most of it's like you have to basically like scoop it up and hold it in order to do it. But they appear to be there for the purposes of like grabbing a lot of the eggs out of here. And based on how many like hens there actually are, like there's a lot of like eggs that are being produced in here. So it seems like a constant like everyday thing that's probably happening where somebody's coming here and like just grabbing a shit ton of eggs. And that is probably keeping it cold quite a bit. But it's kind of also at the point where like if you were to actually let some of these hens like lay with these eggs, like they kind of get into a habit where they're either gonna just be laying them because they know like, okay, like I'm just laying these and they're taking them, or you're gonna lay them and they're actually gonna sit on them and like incubate them, and you'd have to probably almost like force them to do that if you wanted there to be more.
Okay.
But nonetheless, you have like a little solid system with how they are right now, and it's pretty mindless.
Knowing that there's gonna be a feast later, I'll probably like kind of pick out a couple hens that will be used for food.
Okay.
To bring the population down a little bit and help control that, and then I'll probably have picked out one of the female sheep.
Okay.
As well. So have a nice source of meat for all that stuff.
Yep.
Stewing meat and stuff.
You got it.
And then I'll tend to like the horses and camels. I'll try to figure out what the hell I'm gonna do with the camels. I kind of just stuck them in a horse pen, but I don't know like what they need.
Yeah, with the horses.
You definitely see
What the
them,
fuck are you?
like when you get over to the actual horses, like kind of start looking at them,
Squirrel.
you can definitely tell that a lot of these animals, like more of the like companion type based animals, like the animals that you wouldn't be using as like a food source.
Yeah.
So like you typically use a cow as like a milk type of source, and then like the horses you keep for such. They definitely appear to be like happy to see you in a way. Like they're not like giddy and jumping around, but you can definitely tell they lean into you a little bit, like when you're checking and like kind of giving them a little pet or whatever. The horses all do the same thing. Like they're familiar with you, they recognize you even though you've been gone for however long, but nonetheless like you've taken care of them for so long or whatever it may be. So kind of going through, making sure that they're getting hay, you're kind of throwing that around and about. And then you get over to where like you have the camels, and you can see both of them have like their arms in and they're kind of sat down and they're just like pushed up against one another and like just probably not used to the temperature change as opposed to, you know, them being in the heat all the time. And now they're in like, you know, 65-degree weather, so they probably seem like they're acclimating a little bit, but it's not super easy for them to do so, and they're not built for this kind of environment. You think it's probably fine in these months, but like when the winter rolls around,
Yeah.
like it's gonna be like an extra attention kind of thing, or they're gonna need like a barn or something almost.
Okay. I'm actually gonna cast Speak with Animals again and talk to the camels.
Okay. You bet.
I thought you were just gonna cook them up.
No, I'm gonna go up to them and notice that they're kind of huddled up, and I'll kind of.
What day is it, Billy?
We don't have days.
It's not
No, it's
probably
not
the middle of the week.
Whatever middle of the week.
Hump day. I'll go up to the camels and I'll notice everything you said. I'll just kind of go up. Hey, how you guys doing? You guys managing okay?
Cold.
It's a lot colder here than the desert, right?
Yes.
Anything I can do to help?
More bedding.
More bedding? Okay. What do you guys eat?
Fruits, vegetables.
Okay. You ever have a potato?
No.
No. Leaf? Do you eat greens? Leafy plants?
Yes.
Okay. I'll get you set up in one of the stalls, and we'll get you a nice amount of bedding in there, and that should keep you good. And then we'll work on something more permanent so you don't get too cold overnight.
Thank you. You are kind.
If you need anything, I won't always be able to talk to you like this, but I should.
This
Pretty
is a
good
first,
sense.
This is a first for me.
Well, just you're hurt, and I care for you, and I didn't bring you here just to watch you suffer. So make sure you're okay.
Thank you. Alright. You have like these 3 stalls essentially, in a way. One of them you could empty to put them in and like bed them down, but like one of the horses may have to just like either free roam or be tied off in here, like for purposes of keeping them down. I'm sure, like, and I know that you don't just keep them in here all the time.
Yeah.
Like, they probably get out anyways, but like as far as sleeping would go, or they could just go in there with the horse.
I probably just set him up with one of the horses. We have 3 male and 1 female horses, so I keep all the males together and then the female separated anyways. So it'll be the camels in with the 1 female horse. And that one will probably get a little bit more attention and bedding and all that stuff.
Perfect.
And then after I do my rounds with all the animals, I'll probably go to try find Jarl.
Okay. Make your way over toward the farm where you can see Jarl, as well as Brodir, a new face that you haven't seen before. Torbind is out here. You can see Tilly kind of walking in and out of the farmhouse here as well. They all seem to be doing basically the same things. You watch Kane kind of make his way over as well, and he's carrying... this is probably like later in the day as well. Like you're probably like the middle of the afternoon, kind of pushing later on to where like everybody kind of had their days going started, and you basically just kind of walking over here to see him, you speak with him. But you do see Kane walking up. He has a large like plow type thing that he's holding. You're sure what you know what it is. Like you've used it before. It's very very rudimentary in like its way that it works. It's super simple. It's like just like a big circle that has like 1 board on it with a bunch of spikes that just gets like rolled across or even like pushed and rolled across very carefully. But most of the time Brodir just like kind of takes it, pulls it up and over and walks. So you do watch Brodir kind of walk over and help take that from him, like set it up and start to get it placed. Haven't quite got it to a point where like horses are fully doing a lot of that work yet, especially with the way that it works. And as far as like your guys' technology with that stuff goes, but nonetheless, everybody seems to be just like plowing these fields out and like tilling a lot of the stuff and digging up all of like the old, you can see a lot of old dead like plants and like harvest and everything that's just getting completely pulled out and thrown. There's like a fire that's over toward the side that they're just like tossing a bunch of this shit on. Wagons that are getting filled up with stuff. There are probably like 2 new faces around here that you kind of see that are like helping out, but nonetheless, they're kind of off in the back part of the actual farm, like doing it maybe like in this back field to where you see this front field that usually produces a lot of wheat or whatever else, where they start planting and getting ready. Like a lot of them are there working. So you see Jarl there, as well as Brodir and Torbind. Torbind himself is kind of in the fields as well, going about it. They seem pretty like into what they're doing, so he doesn't really quite like notice because there's just so many people walking around and doing shit that he's just like out in front, like digging up these plants at the root and like pulling it out and then like chucking it in the wagon and just keeps like going at it and doing it.
Just kind of watch him for a moment. Notice he's busy, but I just go, "Hey, you're old."
Oh, there's a familiar face I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it's been a
Otash, how
while.
are you?
Good, good. Reach out, shake his arm.
By the spirits, I'm glad you returned.
Me too.
Especially in good timing. You know how it gets around the farm this time of year. It's glad to know that you are home to take care of the animals, not just Kiva. You met her, yes?
Yeah, she was sleeping in the sheep pen.
Yeah, it's the strangest thing. Her and that wolf here. We're showing them around some things, and I was actually a little leery at first. I thought he was going to start snacking on some animals, and I'd have to deal with it. But he seemed very well behaved and attentive at what was going on around him. So
Yeah, I think he's going to be very helpful managing the sheep going forward. He's it seems like he kind of took it on as a job. So
right. I'd say make sure he's fed meat though, so he doesn't start getting hungry. You know.
That's a good idea. I'll make sure of that. I just want to say thanks for watching over them all for the past while. They seem pretty good shape and seems like you worked pretty hard.
I'm sure that there's work to be done and some things I didn't get done, but yeah, it was my pleasure for sure. It helps all of us, truly.
Did you anything happen while I was gone? Should worry about, care about?
No, everything was good. It was actually quite easy. The way that you have everything set up, it kind of just takes care of itself as long as everything gets what it needs in the day.
Yeah, I try to keep a good routine so don't get too much work piled up. You guys have to do all this plowing by hand?
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, but it needs to be done.
What's that thing Kane's bringing over?
It's a plow. It works pretty good, but it takes a lot of force to pull it. That's why Brody's hooking it up right now.
Is Brody like putting it on his back to pull it?
He basically has like a harness type of like ropes, where it's not like an actual harness. It's just like he takes one on this side and one on this side and like overlaps them, and then pulls them back over and ties it again, to where it's basically just like two ropes coming back to like a wooden. It kind of is like built like a log, but it has like wooden planks across it that have the spikes on it that like when it rolls, it'll like grind the shit up, and then there's the spaces in between it that will like also flip the dirt around itself. Like it's just like super basic, has a bunch of like hooks and like little shovel things on it and spikes that just basically till the dirt up better than.
What if instead of having Brody pull that, we got one of the horses to do it?
Well, that one we've tried before. It's just so lightweight that when they try to pull it, it basically just glides across the surface instead of actually having a little bit of pressure to where it will pull up dirt and everything. We've tried though, that one doesn't work with it at all.
Okay.
And some of the horses aren't too keen on having it on them. I think they... The first time we tried it, we were going to have you work with them to see how they would do, but we could tell that it wasn't even going to work because that plow just doesn't have enough weight to it.
Okay.
And then every time we've tried to weigh it down, it just doesn't rotate or something is messed up with it. So
I get you. That's just an idea. The horses that we took with us, they lost a lot of muscle because they were kind of just stuck in one spot, and
yeah.
I was thinking maybe it would be good to get them more exercised, and that was a way to do it.
Well, there's plenty of people around here. I'm sure someone could help if you needed it.
Yes, of course. All right, just want to stop and say thanks. If you need anything from me, let me know. I'm gonna grade that to you. So
I'll keep that in mind.
and then once I'm done talking to Jarl, I'll kind of make my way over towards where the new people have settled at, just to kind of. I'm probably not really gonna approach them, but I'm probably gonna like kind of just stand there, look around a little bit. But I'll notice that they have those two bulls pulling the cart, and I'll kind of like walk over in that direction if anything, and see if anyone's over there.
Yeah, this is bigger than I thought.
Zoom.
Are these the only animals that they have around?
Yes.
Okay.
Once you make your way over, you can see this wagon. These creatures are not attached to it, and you can see that the way that they are. Alright, so essentially, like, as you're walking up and kind of looking around, by the time that you get over here, it's later in the day, so, like, everybody's out doing stuff, so you know that, like, even with the village normally, like, if you were to try to go find, like, Brody this time of day, like, you're not going to find him in his room. Like, you're going to find him out where he would be working. Like, if you're looking for Steiner, like, you might actually find him at his house, or, like, Kane or Sigrid, because they do things within there. But for the most part, like, everybody's out within the village doing their specific things. So, like, these newcomers that are here, this little camp that they have set up is pretty empty. Like when you first walk up, there are a few people like over to like the far side of it, like kind of up here, that are keeping themselves. Like there's like a few more tents that I didn't actually place that will be like back here. They just seem to be like kind of keeping themselves. They seem to be preparing something or like cutting things up, and you can hear shifting and stuff moving about. These three individuals are not standing here though. They're just there. But this individual, you can see the very large, muscular, like tiefling individual. You actually see him and Steiner having like a conversation for a little bit as you kind of walk up. The two of them are like walking off at this point. So this is like when, like later in the day, that Steiner kind of would have walked up and started talking to him about his wound and like taking him over toward his house to, you know, go and deal with that. And then you kind of walk up to when the camp's basically empty, like nobody's really here. You're just kind of out looking around. You can see that these are, in fact, cows, but they are like, they seem to be specifically for pulling stuff. Like they're just tough, like beasts of burden. They are also, like you obviously would know a male cow if you saw one, but they are different. They just seem to have a lot more like muscle mass to them, as opposed to like being kind of like fatty and like larger. They're a little bit more lean than like a cow would be like in a grassland or something. And especially if you've been hearing that they're coming from mountains and stuff, like you know that these animals have to be pretty strong to be pulling heavy kind of carts and wagons full of shit up and down steep inclines and being able to control it. So they definitely kind of pique your interest for a moment, and you very quickly ascertain like what they are and what they're used for. And you've seen like male cows, but like I said, these ones are a lot leaner and built specifically for pulling stuff, as opposed to most of the time like you would just call them oxen, like because they are specific for pulling stuff. But most of the time, like a bull would be used for like actually like breeding with to make more cows. These are not intended for that purpose whatsoever. And most of the time, like they'll actually like castrate these cows because they don't have that like drive to do that. They kind of like mellows them out a little bit to where they can be used for those purposes, and they don't have so much like sex drive in a way that makes them unruly.
So much testosterone. Out of control. Okay.
But they're very docile. Like they have no issues. You can see that there are harnesses that are placed like kind of next to them. Nice catch. Kind of harnesses that are placed next to them, like on the ground, that you can see would go like probably around like their face and chest and like back to the wagon. The wagon itself is primarily like wood construction. It seems to be like probably like a pine type of wood.
Okay. Yeah, I guess once I realize like that they're probably castrated and not for breeding, I'll kind of lose interest anyways. And
yeah, they are.
I mean, they're just kind of sitting here though, right? So, I'll just try to find anybody.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Walking around, you do see. Let me make sure I get these names right. What do you need? Do you gotta go outside? Or are you just chilling?
Just making his rounds.
He said, he will pet me when I come up to him, so.
Whoa, dude.
How are we gonna know? I don't know what, but
The map.
the map.
That was almost really bad. That was so close to being really bad.
Big bad. Everybody dies next session.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
What was that first room? Power room? Something you can't even use till like later on.
I think so, yeah.
What was it?
Like a late game room.
Oh.
The exile one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
Exile.
you kind of look over to the side and you can see what appear to be like probably like 3 or 4 people. A lot of them have a lot of similar features. They probably appear to be like related in some sort of way or another. You watch one of them, 2 of them that kind of step forward and start like walking out of this kind of tent and start like walking through the middle of the camp. They seem to just be kind of like walking with what appear to be trays of random kind of like berries and like fruits and such. Some of them you're not really familiar with seeing. They're kind of like raspberries basically, and like a lot of stuff that would like grow in like colder environments typically, like as far as fruit goes. And the 2 of them are kind of walking, both of them carrying these trays. They both have very, very similar features. They're kind of dark haired. They're probably like in their early to mid 20s. They both are almost like identical, but one's a boy and one is a girl. The way that they're kind of walking, you can see that their facial features are super similar, like the way that their chin is, their nose kind of just going like kind of straight out in this button kind of shape. Their ears are very, very like rounded and kind of like average size, and they kind of just like start walking past, going through the center of the camp. They just kind of seem to like look in your direction and smile. They don't seem to like initiate the conversation, but they seem like if you were to like say something, they're not gonna like shy away from it by any
Kind of
means.
put my hand up. Hey, how's it going?
Very good. How are you? You see the male individual speaks.
Good, I'm Vaktesh.
Thexan, and he kind of takes his hand forward. This is my sister, Arken.
Nice to meet you guys.
You as well.
Who watches over your bulls here?
We kind of all do. We've never really had anyone who cares for animals in a way. Most of the animals we always use are just ox to pull things.
Do they have like any other animals around or anything? No. These guys look like they're just kind of standing there, not doing shit, right?
Yeah.
Well, I got a whole, farm over there with a bunch of different animals, and I figured since these guys are just standing here, I could probably take them over and care for them while they're here at least.
I see no issue with that, I'm sure.
I just wanted to make sure before I started leading them away. Kiva's been helping out with my sheep at least, so.
Oh, very well. Yeah, I don't see why that would be an issue. We'll make sure we let Sylvie know, and I'm sure she won't have issues with it.
Sylvie?
Yes, our Jarl.
Oh, okay.
I don't know where she's at right now.
That's okay. It's good to know that you have a Jarl around, so I make sure to treat her with the proper respect when I do encounter her.
They kind of both nod and continue kind of walking off.
Yeah, so I'll grab those oxen and lead them back over.
Yeah. And they're super docile, and you can tell they're domesticated. They just kind of begin to walk with you.
What was their name? Vixen and what?
Thexan, Thexann is the male.
Vixen.
And Arcan, Racann.
Were they humans?
Both of them, yes.
One thing I did forget is that I probably would have told Jarl when I was talking to him that if we have any leafy plants or vegetation, that even like the husks of corn, if it gets discarded or something, to start setting it aside for the camels.
Okay.
And then I probably would have told Tilly, since I saw her there, that I had a sheep and chicken ready for prep for the feast.
Perfect, yeah. Okay.
But other than that, I think I'm good.
Perfect. Sweet. Alright, so you guys all kind of go throughout your day, doing various things, kind of prepping, doing stuff for the village. You do all kind of at least see or come across all of the new people in the village itself. You're introduced to some. Some of you make very quick friends and acquaintances with these individuals. as for you, Sigrid, you and Malik, you basically get back as the feast is kind of occurring and kind of going on. Unfortunately, no game in hand, but you did discover some things that you get to whenever you feel.
Yep.
You guys all begin. Let me change our music up here.
Yeah, we're not at a feast. We're just in the village.
Just vibing, bro.
Yeah. Billy, I feel like you told us at one point, and I thought I had it written in my notes. What was the hello word or the greeting word for Amatalan? I don't know if you remember.
Son of a bitch. Hold on, I have it right here.
I thought it was written in my notes, and I don't have it here.
Yep. Tere.
Harry?
Tere. Tere. Hey, Tere. Go reverse, Tere. Back it up, Tere. Yeah, it's Tere.
Reverse, Ted.
Tere!
Noble name.
Yep, I got that one. I just didn't have Terry for some reason.
Reverse Ted. Oh God damn! Put it in reverse. Oh Jesus Lord!
It's my favorite 4th of July video.
It's the best. I watched one video that was like a fireworks show, and they had like shit blaring on speakers, and it was like, "Don't reverse, Tere," and it was like, "Pew, pew, pew, pew," and there was like fucking fireworks and shit going on. I'm like, dude, this is the best shit I've ever seen. All right. You all make your way inside of the long hall. I'm not about to pull every single person into here,
Do it. I'm not immersed otherwise.
Can't
Yeah,
you
you're
just
really
pull us all
ruining the
together?
immersion.
No, it's messed up.
It is dark, and the tavern is, or sorry, tavern. The long hall is full. It's never been like quite like cramped. It always kind of gets like that, maybe like a little congested near like where the doors leading in and the tables are kind of close together. But other than that, like this is the fullest it's ever been, especially with all of these new faces here. I mean, there's probably like close to 40 or so of you that are within this village now, as opposed to before when it was maybe 20 or so people that like lived here. Like you guys have kind of doubled in size. There's a ton of food prepared. There's a lot of like extra different things, like these berries that are kind of coming across the tables, like these raspberries. They're good. They seem to have been something that they have just kind of brought with them, that from the mountains they were able to kind of grab along the way coming down here and kept with them, and were using it to eat. Much of the food that they probably would have rationed and brought down by the time that they made it from where they were to here was gone. So there's like rabbits, very, very kind of young, like pigs that are kind of been cut up just because nobody took it upon themselves while Boktesh was gone to just start going through the animals how they saw fit by any means. And you're sure that it's just kind of unspoken, like you're responsible for it, you take care of it, like you are responsible for the longevity of it, making sure that it continues. So nobody seemed to be too apt to just like do what they want. Even like the Jarl has respect for everybody's job within the village, and there is enough food after you decide for the chicken, or was it one or two or whatever it was, the one hen, and then like the lamb, and like that getting, or not lamb but like the sheep, like all of that being brought there, as well as a bunch of rabbits and like I said, those small like wild pigs that were out there. There's enough food like for everybody. It's not like this grand feast that needed to take place, but like everybody knew that everyone was getting here to kind of eat and join up together. Plenty of vegetables and like these large stews that are being made as well. So there's food kind of flowing around, there's ale flowing around. There are small little conversations that are occurring like kind of throughout the actual feast itself. Is there anybody who wants to talk to you before, like, because you can kind of tell like the way that everything's kind of ramping up, that the Jarl is getting ready to speak for a moment. as he normally, customarily would do in a situation where there was some sort of a feast, just to address everyone and everything.
I mean, would I have made it in time to talk to somebody?
You would have made it before he started to speak, yeah. Like, there's probably like a good hour and a half, 2 hours of just like eating and everyone relaxing and mingling and whatever.
Well, I'd probably get in and then find Kane, sit next to him.
Yeah. Once you find him, you can see that he is, he seems like he was kind of sweating, like working all day. He has on like his lighter clothing, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
He's just kind of sitting down with some food in front of him, kind of doing whatever he would be doing.
How's it going?
Brother.
I kind of take off the bow and kind of push it towards him so he can like see the runes.
He's got barbecue fingers.
Yeah, you can see all sorts of elemental runes on the bow itself, like fire, cold, lightning.
What was this?
Found it.
As you walk in really quickly, Malik just like kind of walks up and taps on your shoulder fast and is like, "Thank you again for the journey. I'll speak with you soon." And he kind of like walks off.
You found it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something Malik called a rune room?
Rune door.
Rune door?
Alright. I know anything about this?
No, not specifically, no. You can read the runes on it well enough and you know it.
Like a door that had runes on it?
Like, I found a rune in the forest. It was for gift. And some little, not the spirits, but something the spirits was controlling. It was just kind of gestured me along this way and followed it to the edge of a cliff. And
Okay.
it said the cliff was trust, power, trust, gift. And I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I just
You
walked off the cliff.
Spirits be.
Next thing I know, there's a big door in front of me opening up. With this and the same kind of rune we saw back in the cave when we fought the bear that you
Like the
touched.
exile one?
The axe that you touched and you got the power. I don't know. But
What happened when you walked out of it?
what happened when I walked out of it?
It was still there.
Oh, it's still there.
Huh.
We gotta go. You gotta figure that thing out. I tried touching it, nothing
Yeah,
happened to me.
I'd like to see it.
And Malik, I kind of look over and point towards his way.
Yeah.
And he says he knows something about only runesmiths, I think he called them, can normally touch those runes, and normally they're giants. So he might have some stories that you can talk to him about.
Okay. Well, glad that the spirits were in your favor.
Yeah, me too. That would have been really bad.
Seems like you've got your gift that they might be talking about.
Yeah. This I haven't used it yet, but it feels powerful.
Looks like some elemental runes.
Yeah.
Alright, well, maybe we can go check that out again tomorrow or something.
Yeah. If you got time.
I don't know if I'm leaping off a ledge though, if it comes to it.
You don't have to leap. You just walk.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Alright.
And if you need, I think Steiner might have something to ease your nerves a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a lot of crazy shit.
I would say that you guys are probably, if you wanted to be like all sitting around one another.
It'll ease your nerves all right. Ease them so much you won't be able to move.
No. Okay.
I told you not to drink it all at once. Like, oh, maybe I didn't say that.
Where was it at again?
It was off the cliff.
I definitely want to check this out. It sounds awesome.
Yeah,
Like
there's
to
a
the
door.
to the
like,
sea?
Yep.
I
Right
can't
above
believe
it.
you just walked off a fucking cliff.
That's crazy.
The spirit
That's
said to
something I would
trust,
do.
so I trusted it.
Yeah,
Fair.
I would do the same.
After all the shit we've been through in the past couple months, this wasn't
Yeah,
much.
is it really
I
that
trust the
crazy?
spirits. If they told me to jump off a bridge, I'd do it.
I did.
None of my friends did. Only if the spirit said it was okay.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Believe in the spirits.
They'll guide you.
I believe in the spirits and whatever the hell saved you back in the fucking darkness.
Yeah. Maybe it was the spirits.
Don't the spirits usually show up as their animal forms?
No, they
Maybe.
work in all different ways.
Yeah.
How did it appear to you when it was guiding you?
Good point.
Green little floaty things.
Orbs?
Kinda.
Strange.
You ever seen them any other time?
Don't we have a little floating thing guide us back?
The first
Yeah.
trial.
When he
That
says
was-
green little floaty things, I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna hold out my hand, and it's gonna be like a leaf bloom, like spores, kind of pop out of my hand. I'll be like, "Was it something like this?"
I'm getting that in my
No.
food.
It's just magic. It's not actually in there.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, during the trial we were guided. I could see what I saw was it was like a version of Soul Kier leading us through.
I also
Here.
thought it was purple.
It was purple. I guess same.
But it could be
same
something.
idea.
Yeah, something similar.
According to Malik, that these runesmiths created these doors as like I don't know, almost like gifts to people on later time, gifts to the spirits, saying thanks.
Interesting.
And he said they're scattered all over.
I wonder how scattered. I wonder if there's more around here.
Possibly it was. It's not like it was just jumping out to be found though.
Yeah. Do you think you can find it again?
I think I might have gotten really lucky.
What were you doing when that floaty appeared?
I pressed a rune into the ground and then they popped up. But this rune, it was like covered by a bunch of rocks and dirt. And it was like only a little bit I could see like shining, and I thought it was. I don't know why I saw it. Maybe sea glass almost.
It wasn't at the same spot.
No, I pressed it. They popped up and led me probably an hour or two hike
Oh shit.
all the way to the edge of the cliff.
It was quite the.
Maybe it's because it went on so long of a trek that I was just like, well, here it is.
We'll find it again. I'd love to see that.
I think I can probably figure out the way back. I just hope the door doesn't close eventually or disappear or those runes break or
I think it's a
something.
one-time use.
It looked like it was still there.
One way to find out.
Or maybe if you should leave a gift in return. I don't know.
I actually swapped out my bow for this one. I kind of left it there as like a thank you almost.
I feel like that's a fair trade.
Did that one become magical too?
I don't think so. I think the runesmiths made this a long time ago. But who knows? Maybe they come back and they take that bow and make it magical. I don't know how it works. He's the smith.
I'm not that good of a smith.
I'm just saying.
Not yet.
True. We'll see.
You can put runes on some things.
I can't make floating doors off of a fucking cliff, so.
Well, neither can I.
Yeah.
I like your optimism.
It was just like a boulder that split in half and then a door came through. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, nothing like that. Sorry.
Like a sick place to live. There are windows?
It was like a cave.
Oh.
It looked like it was very green.
Maybe we can convince Brody to punch some big rocks for us to find some more.
That's probably how you find them, yeah.
You need pretty keen eyes.
What's that wolf doing in here?
Oh, that's Rolf.
Oh. What's up, dude?
He's a good boy.
Looks like it.
You want imaginary meat?
It's like y'all think a little bit. You guys meet any of the new individuals around the village?
Just Malik. Kind of freaked me out in the morning. Kind of was just standing outside my house.
Menacingly?
Yeah.
T-posing.
What are you doing? I'm sleeping. Well, I met a guy named Axe. He seems really cool. He also had, well, he probably knows a fair bit about the giants. He mentioned that they lived near a village of giants, and they didn't really go out of their way to communicate with them, but they did from time to time interact with them.
I didn't bother meeting anyone. I was working.
That's fair. Doing your job. All the rest of us slacked off.
Met Rolf and Kiva. Kiva's Rolf's owner, I guess.
Okay.
She was just sleeping in my sheep pen.
That's a little man.
But Rolf, he's taking a liking to herding the sheep around, so...
Cool, if he likes it. You don't think he'll eat them?
No, I think he understands that his job's to watch over them and
Okay.
make sure they don't scatter off or anything. Probably got to keep them fed pretty well, though. Make sure I get with Tilly and get some of those animal bones back, so give them to him as a treat. Met a couple others. There's, I guess, twins in the camp.
Really?
Yeah, they looked almost exactly the same.
Identical twins.
That's cool.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. But,
Sure, one of them was like a magic illusion, like a copy.
only one talked. But
You know,
I could tell one was a boy and one was like a girl.
well,
So.
Brother.
do you have more work? I need a job.
Bad news. All sheep dead.
What happened to the sheep?
I don't know.
Just blood everywhere.
He's like, I was chasing a butterfly. And I came back, all dead.
Are you gonna eat that one over there?
I got the camels too.
And the cow. And the chicken.
Not the chickens.
All right, you guys are sitting here. Everybody seems to be conversing and like speaking back and forth. You can hear slight whispers like amongst everyone about like the desert, as well as like like invaders, and like it seems like there is like a little bit of uneasiness as far as like your travels to the east, and like kind of dabbling in other cultures and like peoples, and like almost this fear of retaliation. But then there's also like people saying of, you know, how much honor there is in it. Like you can just hear these slight whispers and talks, and like catching little bits and pieces of conversations. You're kind of just like sitting there keeping yourselves eating and doing whatever. None of it is like directed toward anyone specifically, and like none of it is like any sort of negative connotation. It's just more or less like talks. Like people are just like saying stuff, and it's like kind of floating about. It gets to a point where most everybody has already ate like quite a bit of food, but everybody just constantly still like picking at food, like, you know, cracking the meat off of much of the bones, and like picking into all of the bowls that are there. Like there's not going to be anything left over, basically. Ragnvald at the throne stands up. Him and his wife are the only two up there, him and Katala. You can see Zalfjorn is here, as well as like Gimdall and Seafram. They're just kind of seated randomly throughout the actual long hall.
Bless you. Bless you.
Excuse me.
So
Sorry.
it all sounded like a cough. At this point, though, you see Ragnvald kind of stand up, and as he stands up, once like 2 or 3 people notice him stand up, it kind of like spreads to where like the attention gets brought up there, and like everybody kind of falls silent. It's not that everybody like goes to attention, like stops what they're doing. Like it just kind of gets quiet. People start like reaching and they're like grabbing and holding food, still eating, still drinking, but their focus is and attention is directed kind of toward him. Vikings, as your Jarl, I have always done what is best for us as a people. We have had harsh winters. We have experienced much loss, hardships. Through it all, the spirits have guided and protected us, helped us to survive. But this year the spirits have smiled upon us. It is by their will that we ventured east, to lands unknown, a place of endless yellow sand, of strange people that know nothing of the spirits. Our Vikings, your neighbors, bone cloaks, traveled across the sea and found these strangers, tested their metal and shattered it, taking from them their gold and marvelous gems with ease. These strangers in the desert are no threat to us. They are weak, and their land and their things are ripe for the taking if we want them. I believe that these people are the same bandits that roamed over here, wandering around in our lands, fighting our fellow Vikings, trying to imprison them. And even then, these same 5 warriors bested them. They will not and cannot harm us. I will cut 100 of them down before they even set foot here to harm any of you, any of my people. We have stormed their shores, killed them in their own lands, and taken their riches, and we will do it again. At that point, everybody kind of starts like hitting the table a little bit, like chanting. And then he kind of puts his hand up for a moment. When the time is right, we face our own problems here now. But with these problems, we have been delivered a great gift. Newcomers to the village. Fellow Vikings from Kjarvine. They were raided by fearsome fighters that fought with the ferocity of beasts, burned their homes to the ground, gave them no choice but to flee where the spirits would lead them here. They did not ask for our help. We give it as the spirits give to us. We must take care of one another. We must prepare for whatever may come. Jarl Gorendal, after speaking with him, has returned home to his people, where they will also give him notice of this threat we must all face together. Our ambitions in the east will be there when we are ready to act upon it. But first, we must solidify our home and be sure that we are ready for any attacks if the time comes, and be prepared to attack when the time is right. As always, we all do our part to make Skalvik the great place that it is, and with our newcomers, we have only grown stronger. I have spoken with their leader, Jarl Sylvie, and I have told her that this is her home, if she so chooses. Again, I will reiterate that we treat them all with the same respect you would any Viking. Enough with all of that. Tonight we honor the men who made all this a reality. And he kind of points over to what you can now see, kind of over back toward the side, all of the gold chests there, elaborately kind of splayed out, some of it even placed upon the floor to show how much is just there. Our Viking raiders, come up here. You all know who you are. At this point, you guys, as you're getting up toward the front, you can hear everybody kind of like hitting the table as you're approaching more and more toward the front of the hall, or the end rather. You all kind of stand up next to one another. Some of you find yourselves like pushing your chest out a little bit more and seeming a little bit more menacing, if anything. But you all kind of stand there with a little bit of pride for a moment. You know it's not going to be super elaborate, but at least like you're being recognized for the work that you did and everything and all the time that you spent over there. These 5 men led the charge in the east, cutting down each problem they faced to extend our reaches further and to bring back all of this. They took great risk in order to benefit not just themselves but all Vikings. They are to be praised by the spirits and rejoiced on this night, with full bellies and enough ale to numb their body and rouse their souls. He lifts up the glass that he's holding. Skull! Everybody else just kind of like joins in. There's like randomly skull, 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 and everybody starts to begin drinking. At that point, everybody has gone back into what they were doing, sitting at the tables with their conversations and drinks. Ragnvald gestures you all kind of closer to him, and cheers kind of fill the air before they die out, and you all stand kind of gathered around the throne where he is sitting. I would like to thank you all again for what you have done. And I fear that at some point I may ask more of you, but not tonight. Tonight you enjoy yourselves, relax. There will be work to be done soon enough. I would like you to meet Jarl Sylvie, though. And he kind of like gestures for her to kind of step over. You can see a... Let me get the actual description of her here. Very young looking, probably like 20s at best, like early 20s, maybe even 20. She's like 5'8", she's small, she's thin, she has long kind of auburn hair that's straight, it's kept down. She has this very, very basic robe with kind of leather adornments on it. You can see the leather adornments like to the sides, like probably kind of near like the rib cage area, have runes that are shaped like the kind of big ears of like a fox, and then like the face and like nose, like it's just kind of like the symbol of Vexir that's on her sides. So, you are to be the Raiders of the East then, yes?
That's us. In the flesh.
It is a strange honor for sure to meet you. I'm Jarl Sylvie.
Well, it's an honor to meet you as well, Jarl. Hope you found our village to your liking.
Very much so. We have been grateful for you and the spirits who have brought us here. It's been increasingly difficult for us in Kjarvan. We are strong, simple people. We follow the spirits and their ways. My father, he's our, was our Jarl. I, being his only born child, became Jarl when he was killed in the raid here. Our village is, was set in the far reaches of the Fjalheim. We have always dealt with our fair share of roaming bandits, beasts, and hardships. But over these last years, the monsters we faced were gruesome. They look like men and women, but they show no feeling, no remorse, no hesitation. I watched as so many of our young and old were cut down mercilessly. No honor in it, just mercilessly cut to pieces. We have capable fighters and kept them at bay for some time, but every time they came back there was more of them. It was in the dead of night that they last came. We were not prepared by any means. Loud howl, from Ralph probably saved all of our lives, alerting us to their presence. We fought, but there were far too many. They were strong, fought like wolves, coordinated, precise, looking for a meal. Many of us just barely escaped the attack, and we fled south. We did not all make the journey, but it was by the spirits we were led here. Vexir's path was clear across the forest floor. We only wish to stay as long as you would have us, and to hold our weight. We are Viking. We know what is expected of us, and we are willing to do so. We're welcome to stay as long as you wish. I've heard of your travels in the east, obviously, and it's all everyone is talking about here. Tell me, what was it like? Are there lands that are rich and for the taking?
Well, their lands aren't exactly rich for the taking. It's a lot of desert, a lot of sand, but their cities are. Some parts are, yeah, they're vast. Some parts are wealthy and extravagant, and they lord their gemstones around. They keep a lot of treasure in these kind of like giant burial mounds, pyramids they called them. They bury their dead and bury them with their riches, and I don't know.
It's very strange.
Yeah.
They do have defensive measures set up for them, though.
Seems they all worship one person. A pharaoh, I believe is what they called him.
So supposedly living.
They worship a man.
I think he's a god. Certainly a strange bunch. Kind of scrawny, but they have capable fighters.
They ride around on giant bugs.
Yeah. Beetles.
Strange land indeed.
Interesting foods.
Those fruits were delicious, though.
Yeah. I saved one. I'm gonna try and grow one.
You see?
Yeah. It's it's a lot colder here, but I think if I keep it inside, I might be able to get it to grow.
Probably needs a lot of sunlight.
Yeah, probably. Anyways, we're just kind of.
I understand. It is good to meet you. As I said, I'm glad that the spirits have brought us here, and I think it is all for a reason. I've heard of your fighting abilities and the ways that you are blessed by the spirits. Is obvious.
Well, we're glad you're all here.
I as well, and I hope that through all of this that I've heard from you, that we can all find a solution to this individuals, and hope that their reaches do not try to extend this far south.
I'm certainly interested.
If you need our help with anything, let us know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Lord, and she kind of ducks a little bit as she looks toward Dragonwald, and he just kind of nods. I do not know when it will be or what it will be, but I fear that whatever this force to the north is, that it will be something we will have to deal with in time.
The White Walkers.
Winter's coming.
Now!
We just need to give a 13-year-old girl a dagger.
She'll end this whole thing right now.
I'm sure whatever it is, though, Gorndal will be the first to know of it. I've made it quite abundantly clear to the messengers I've sent. Gimdal and Sifrim should inform us, or inform them of the gravity of the situation, letting them know that if there is anything that they begin to experience, do not treat it with anything but great force, and be prepared for the worst. For us, I do feel we are quite exposed in the position we are in now. And it may be best to do what Gatland has done and has had for many years of building a gate around the village. I know that it is something that will take a lot of time here, but it is something we will need everyone to pitch in for and help with.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a good plan. Well, with the mill complete, that should make it a lot easier.
Certainly. And I know you are always willing to help and want to do what is best for the village, but for tonight, just enjoy yourselves, relax. When the time comes, I know that you will be able to do what must be done.
As always.
You honor me and you honor us all. I will never forget all of the things you have done, and I know that there is more you will continue to do. At that point, it's obvious that you just kind of meander your way away and head over toward this place that we were seating before. The night is pretty calm. Every now and then somebody just kind of like slowly begins sneaking out and heading off to do whatever. You can see that most of the people that remain just kind of sit to themselves, kind of drinking and eating. Tilly's just kind of like walking about, doing the role that she does best, just kind of caring to everyone in some sort of way. She's gathering up dishes and walking around, kind of giving more food to whoever seems like they're needing it. But yeah, you guys are just kind of in the long haul to do as you wish, or to call it a night.
Guys, when Jarl Sylvie mentioned that they fought like wolves, it kind of made me think of, maybe it's just completely unrelated, but it made me think of wolf deer a little bit.
Wolf deer? Wolf deer?
Yeah.
What's that?
When Brodeer was like in his wolfen form.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're being clever, I
Not
understand.
bear deer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
The opposite.
maybe they are,
Similar?
I don't know. Maybe it's completely unrelated and that's just a connection that I'm drawing, but I don't know. Maybe there are those.
Could have been a figure of speech too.
That's true.
But who knows?
Certainly have to keep our eyes out.
Kind of want to head into bed a little early if I gotta go back to that thing tomorrow.
You want to go
Yeah.
first thing in the morning?
It's quite a trek.
Okay. Yeah. Should we meet at your place?
Yeah, it's right on the edge over there.
Okay.
Sure. You guys tried those berries?
Nope.
They're really good.
Yeah, miss raspberries. Dude, lay down. Lay down.
Here are those raspberries.
Go on. Go on. Go.
Those are berries.
Go lay down.
Kicking me out of the party.
Yeah, I've been up since before the sun came up today, so probably gonna head out myself.
Alright, well. We're all going. See you in the morning.
Okay, do you have a second? Or you're talking to him?
Yeah. So
I want to build like a cage or something for me.
okay.
I don't know exactly what to do, but I think that it's important for when I transform sometimes to not be able to just run around.
Like
That's fair.
Because what's going on, like I have some control, but not all the time.
just like at your house.
guess it was more of like an anticipation for a full moon kind of thing, and me being able to go in it when I need to.
So, portable cage.
That'd probably be best.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't really know. It was just an idea I had.
Yeah, I'll try and draft something up.
I don't know if we still had that one cage that was laying around, but I don't know if that would even be enough anyway, so.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be a little reinforced. I won't be anytime soon, but I'll think about it. What I can do.
Alright. Okay, that was it. Thanks.
Yep. Grab a piece of meat off the table, take with me on the walk home.
This meal being like probably the best meal you've had in a while, you guys all go home feeling like very stuffed and like tired even from the amount of food that you've eaten. Once you like make your way back, you can see Ralph like walking along and like kind of standing at the edges of the farm. So like you would immediately just have another like sense of comfort, like knowing that he's kind of sitting around there and seeming to take it very seriously. As you make your way back, the two of you, Kane and Steiner, like looking out toward the camp that's set up. You can see a lot of those fires that are kind of up and kind of going. People that are gathered around it don't seem to be like hanging out there. They just kind of all head to their tents and get ready for the night. As does everybody else for the most part. You guys all find rest throughout the night, and then decided to reconvene everyone at Sigrid's in order to head out toward the rune door, essentially. Easy enough. Everybody finds rest pretty easy throughout the night. Like I said, you had a really good meal. You've kind of been in the comfort of your homes and within the village. It comes pretty easy as far as sleep goes. You sleep much better than you have in the last, couple months. And then you make your way over to Sigrid's in the morning with the sun kind of greeting you as you do. Brodier does not accompany you in the morning.
Neither does Josh.
I go wait for the one. Oh, I'm just... Malik's just waiting outside your house again.
Hey, good morning.
Got a new quest for you.
Achievement unlocked. Teach an old hunter new tricks. Plus 10.
Alright. The three of you meet up, prepared to go do whatever.
Yeah.
It does take still like a good 6 hours to get to the area that you were at before.
Yep.
If everybody that's there can make an investigation check.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give myself advantage. Tides of Chaos.
Looks like I win it. Hell yeah.
It's not a 7. And an 11. Investigation, you said?
Yep.
13.
13?
20.
20.
25.
Okay, you guys are crazy with the investigations.
You kind of get into the forest and are
Got my pipe out.
looking around very intently at your surroundings.
Well, my dear Watson.
Where did you get
These
a
are
mag-
runes.
Where'd you get a magnifying glass? Give me that.
I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids and your dog.
What's he doing here?
The sheep!
I forgot!
My bad.
You guys just looked like you were up to something fun.
I'm going in on the cheese balls.
Go for it.
You like your
But I
cheese
can't
balls?
fucking open it.
It's a struggle. rip it open and crush them, or
As you're looking around, your attention gets brought toward what you can see is this kind of like orangish red vine that's like on the ground. You can see that there's like a ton of moisture around it. It's like really, really muddy and kind of wet. But this vine that you see is dry. Like it's like in this really saturated area, but the vine itself is dry. When you kind of reach down like toward it to kind of inspect it a little bit, it's like warm. Like it has like a warmth to it. This is amber moss.
Amber moss?
Yeah. Damn.
alright, I'm gonna try and
Cheese log.
harvest some of it. I will pull out a small basket and then I will take my knife and try to cut some of it.
Okay, yep. Easy enough when you cut it, like it cuts off, no problem. As you're holding it, like it feels like warm, like much, much warmer, like
like a
almost to the
heat
point where it's like hot in a way. You kind of cut it pretty easily as it's pretty dry. There's not a lot of water quality to it.
When I cut it, is there any liquid on the inside?
Mm-mm.
No?
No.
I'm gonna like touch the spot where I cut.
Yep, it's warm.
Okay. Well, I'll is there enough that I can take some cuttings without killing like the whole plant?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Then I'll take a couple chops and fill up my little basket a bit.
Yeah, easy enough. So as you're doing that kind of cutting and like looking at for like where the rune might be, and you find the initial spot that you found that first gift rune, that's kind of on the ground. Especially as you had already kind of brushed a lot of stuff off of it, it's a little easier to find. So Sigrid and Kane kind of start walking over to it, like away from where you are, because you're kind of walking and looking around, and you see it, and you're like, oh shit, what's that? And then you just kind of start cutting at it. And then you hear them over there kind of talking as they get over to where the rune is.
Oh shit, wait a second! I got distracted. Alright,
You do see the rune on the ground. It's just an X. You know that it means gift.
proceed.
You can see when the sun is like kind of shining on it that it's glowing this kind of dull green color. And then when it's in the shadow, it's basically gone. But then you watch as Sigurd kind of takes his hand closer to it, that it starts to glow again, and then he pushes down, and you watch these green willow wisps kind of just like pop up and start to form like out in the direction to be walking.
See what I'm saying?
Okay, that's how it like.
I've never seen that before.
I thought the spirits came out and like saw you. It was like you just summoned them by pressing this rune.
Well, yeah.
I press it again.
You press it again after it's already pressed. Yeah, it's just still there.
They're gonna leave us behind if we don't start following them.
Should we go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. So after traveling already at this point for like 6 hours or so, you travel another 45 minutes to an hour at a pretty quick pace, trying to keep up with the ones that. So basically, when you hit the button, there's just like this path that gets revealed of like these green glowing orbs that are just moving in a direction. Essentially, it's not just like this green like trail of energy. It's just kind of like you hit the button, and then like 10 feet in front of you, this green orb kind of pops up and like starts to like jaunt off in the direction. Every now and then, like, kind of sprinkles and looks like it's splitting apart or whatever, but it's just this green kind of force of energy moving in a certain direction that you begin to follow west. You eventually get to a point where the forest does end. There's like a clearing, and then you can see this actual cliff that has almost like a half circle shape to it. And then at the edge of where this cliff is, there's more of like a straight line type of drop off, where you can see on one side there are runes, one that says gift, one that says power, and then there's this space, like a flat space in between that's probably like a good 8 or so, maybe even 10 feet long, to where there's another set of runes on the other side. The one says trust and one says gift. And then as you're standing there kind of looking out at it, it does not appear to be visible anymore.
You sure this is the spot?
Yeah.
Can I just jump off anywhere? Or?
No, you don't jump, and I
Oh.
just kind of start walking forward.
Okay. You watch him begin to walk, and you like almost instinctually go to reach out to like stop him for a moment, but then like you don't actually lift your arm up and do that. You just have an initial like protection of like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? And then you watch him just like take a step and like drop for a moment, and then that's when you kind of jolt forward a bit before his second foot finds purchase, and then there's just like this green burst of energy that slowly resonates outward, forming this large stone structure that you can see is basically like just a stone archway with a bunch of rocks forming it, and then you can see this green line start to go straight down the middle of this flat piece of stone in the middle before it starts to like slowly like open up inward. And you can see where this door is as well. It's not like against a cliff face or anything, it's just out in the air.
That's sick. What the hell? You know how that's done?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
You should learn how to do that. That'd be sick.
So-
We could have a house anywhere.
I'm still just kind of intrigued by they made a rune that summon little glowy orbs that takes you directly here. I don't know how the hell they connected that.
I don't know. But clearly, there's a lot more stuff you could be doing. Not in like a negative way, of course.
Shit.
Just like more to learn.
You're fucking stupid! Useless!
No, just more to experiment, more to figure out.
Yeah, and then over there on the wall.
Well, now that it's already open, do I have to? Can I just kind of jump across onto it?
Oh, you gotta walk.
Steps
You
down.
know it's already there.
Yep.
How do you know?
I wouldn't test it. You have to
Test it.
trust. You're supposed to be able to trust the spirits.
How are you walking?
I'm gonna.
How are you gonna trust them if you try to jump it?
No, I'm not gonna try to jump across. I'm just going to run forward and jump out onto the like where a bridge would be, or where
Okay.
he's standing.
Okay. Yeah, you run and kind of just like jump onto the platform that's already kind of been formed, and that's fine.
I can jump off the side if you want.
No.
Just gonna walk to the edge and just go to just stationary, just leap over to it.
No problem. You have that initial weird feeling, but you can see like solid ground in front of you, so it's not as bad. You just kind of land down onto it.
Cool. I want to learn how to make a magical bridge.
You see too, like when you step, and you guys notice it much more than like you probably would have caught it because your attention would have been so high up, like looking at everything. Like when you jump and you look like where your feet hit, there's like this very very faint like green like ripple from where your feet kind of land, and then every time you start to step, there's another like faint like green ripple like each time your footfalls hit the surface of the structure.
Cool. Well, we can definitely check it out.
Is your bow here?
Maybe. Maybe somebody came and took it while you were gone.
I go inside.
You walk in, it's kind of already opened inward to where you can make your way into the actual spot on the inside.
Is my bow still there?
Yes.
The bow's still here.
You sure it's your bow? It's not a replica?
When you walk in, you feel this kind of same pull toward that rune that you felt previous of the rune of exile that you had walked up to before. You can see as Kane starts to kind of get closer to it and like looking at it, it has a very, very dull kind of like multicolored glow of like purple and blue and green and red and orange. And then as you get closer, it kind of starts to glow bright to where it's like almost like you start to shy your eyes away from it. Just kind of reaching your hand out toward it, like just being pulled to it once you place your hand upon it. It kind of like very quickly, similar to the exile one, like goes over your hand where you can like see it as you're looking at it, and then fades away and almost like goes into your skin in a way, and then you just kind of like close your hand looking up. The rune's still like etched into the wall, but like it's not glowing anymore.
What was that? Are you good? Are you okay?
I think so.
You feel different?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting.
Not.
It's still there?
No, it was like on my hand with the exile there.
Is it still like glowing on the wall? Well, you're
Well-
still in here, so.
How aware of anything that happened?
You are aware of the rune itself and the power that it kind of contains. I will send you the thing later. I realized when I sent you the PDF of the runes that you already had that I kind of deleted that one so I could send you the PDF without it being in there, and then I didn't put it back in, so I have like my notes upstairs that I'll write it back in and fill it in. When I send it to you, it'll make more sense than me just trying to describe it right now. But you understand that you have like the way that the rune is constructed as well, and like its old kind of runic kind of origins and like its connection to the giants and everything is a lot of like the runes that you use typically when you carve into items to give them some sort of runic magic properties. So you know that the way that it is, that it has the same kind of potential to be crafted into an item to give it some sort of abilities. Similar to like how the exile one is. This one you feel like you may have the ability to use it sooner than later, as opposed to the ones that you were kind of given before.
You might be able to do something with this.
New abilities?
I'll have to mess around with how it actually works.
You said there were, I don't remember, did you say there were plants in here?
Yeah, so essentially it's like a kind of like grassy looking floor. There are some like vines that are coming down from the walls. None of them appear to be anything like honestly that you would use. And then there's like this magical kind of looking river flowing through with like this piece of landing that makes it basically like a bridge that goes across it. The river itself is like maybe 5-6 inches deep. Like it's just like this water that's kind of flowing through the middle. Touch it, you can feel the water coursing through it. Tastes like it.
Is it like fresh water?
It's not an illusion.
What's across the bridge?
So like there's like the initial spot where you walk in.
Mhm.
Sorry, I could have explained it right initially. Like initial spot when you walk in is kind of just like this grassy surface, and then there's the river like adjacent to that, like on the opposite side,
Yep.
and then there's like that land bridge that goes across to where the wall is, where the bow is sitting, and the
I
rune is
see.
on the wall.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't want this thing to go away, so get out of here.
You think it'll just disappear?
No idea. I don't know that much about the rune yet. It's got like a time on it.
Kind of
I
exciting.
wasn't here when we got it back, so.
It could disappear at any moment.
All right, and with that, you guys make your way out of there, kind of stepping off,
Catch the
grabbing
edge.
the edge.
Like
You
the
make your
bridge
way
is
out
still
though,
there? You're fine.
exiting without issue, with some new potential things there in mind. With that though, we are gonna end it there to pick it up next time.
Hell yeah.
Good job, team.
Mm-hmm. You survived.
job, me brothers.
Survived another session.
Cool. Appreciate you guys again doing this later then.
I had a couple things I wanted to do that I didn't get to. I just forgot about them.
Write them down.
Yep.
That way next session we'll
I need a
do it.
shield. I can use a shield because I'm a warcaster.
Jared didn't show up and Billy trying to put that guy in a cage. So.
He messaged me and said it's the only thing he wanted to do, so.
Make sure to mute end the stream.
Mutant on the street.
Sorry.
People will know the secret.
Who this?
Yeah.
What's the What's the
Mm.
one? There's like a button on the far right.
End
Oh,
stream.
it's like a
Oh,
thanks for
BRB.
watching or something at the
Yeah.
very bottom. Yeah.